Chapter 720. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 600,000 years had passed. But to Dongbo Shuiing, who had cultivated for millions of years, this was not a long time. Still, he could feel the pressure, because the deadline for the third trial of refining the black gourd in 1,000,000 years had already passed. Black Fog Sea, Dongbo Monarch Residence. Very good. Dongbo Shuiing stood there smiling happily. He looked at his son. Dongbo, you four I have always been thinking who would be the first to step into stage 3. You are the first. Not bad. For people stood obediently in front of him. They were Dongbo Yu, Dongbo Qingyao and his 2 disciples, Mo Chongyun and Jiayin. Dongbo Shuiing's children had long since become stage 2 world deities. His daughter was the disciple of Paragon Huicheng. As for his son, Dongbo Yu, he would often cultivate by Dongbo Shuiing's side. After all, Dongbo Shuiing was a paragon. Unless a ruler accepted him as a disciple, it was enough for him to teach him. His disciples, Mo Chongyun and Jiayin, were even more talented, but they had only cultivated for a short period of time and were probably close to reaching stage 3. Who would have thought that among the 4, Dongbo Yu would be the first to reach stage 3? You brat, you became a world deity later than me. Later on, you became a stage 2 world deity, and now you became a stage 3 faster than me. Dongbo Qingyao rubbed his brother's head. Dongbo Yu smiled. They had all cultivated for millions of years, and even their parents would not rub his head. Only his sister, Dongbo Qingyao, rubbed his head. Dongbo Yu felt that it was very natural. Sis, it's not that I'm fast, it's that you're slow. Dongbo Yu chuckled. Humph, just a few compliments and you're so happy. Let's see who becomes a stage for world deity first. Dongbo Qingyao pouted. Their comprehension abilities were not bad, and they had excellent conditions. Becoming a stage for world deity was indeed not a difficult matter, but transcendence was the true difficulty. Their mother, Jingqiu, had always been stuck at the same level, while their father, Dongbo Shuiing, was a heaven-defying freak. However, he was simply too heaven-defying and had actually established his own Tao, which meant that he had to become a sovereign before he could transcend. Congratulations, senior brother Yu. The childlike Mo Chongyun bowed respectfully. Congratulations, senior brother Yu, said Jiayin. At the same time, Dongbo Shuiing was thinking about the formation inside the black gourd. He had to admit that he had given it his all. He had even traveled to various places in the divine world and the abyss, whether it was the ruins, the mortal world, or the chaotic world in the abyss. He hoped that different environments would give him different inspirations. Clearly, he had used all kinds of methods in order to refine the black gourd. If it were not for the fact that the void walkers forbade others from helping him, he would have begged his master to teach him a thing or two. However, he did not dare to do so, so he had to think of a way himself. Even so, he had only comprehended the tip of the iceberg of the black gourd formation. He was still unable to refine it. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg, but Dongbo Shuiing's strength had increased significantly. Cultivator Cosmos, territory of the ancestor, mother religion. Within a vast palace hall, many figures were seated cross-legged on the ground. These figures were densely spread out, forming a circle. All of them were emitting a terrifying and vast aura. These figures were mainly divided into 3 categories. One of them was the huge fanged hunk, bloody ruler Nile, and the others. Their bodies were towering and majestic. There was also a group of women. Their silhouettes were normal. The final category was the thin and weak ones. They even looked sickly and weak. Some had even wrapped themselves in their robes. Their bodies were shrouded in fog, preventing others from seeing them. The 18 religious leaders have gathered here. The huge fanged hunk's voice was grand. It reverberated within the palace hall. Our hometown is currently collapsing. Our 3 newly born religious leaders are temporarily unable to come over. Their thoughts will be conveyed by me. This time, religious leader Nico will also be participating in this gathering. The huge fanged hunk turned to bloody ruler Nile by the side. Bloody ruler Nile was merely an incarnation that descended. Furthermore, his incarnation had concealed its aura and changed its appearance. It was impossible to tell that he was bloody ruler. Everyone should know that religious leader Nico did not hesitate to reincarnate when he was still a protector. Not only did he succeed, he even followed their cultivation system and became a ruler. The huge fanged hunk said, "Naturally, only I know which of the 10 rulers he is. I believe fellow religious leaders can understand." Amen. The other religious leaders looked at bloody ruler Nile. Their eyes were filled with admiration and passion. A ruler hidden within the enemy was much more useful than an ordinary ruler. Bloody ruler had helped them in the dark, allowing them to obtain cultivation techniques more easily. If not for bloody ruler, the ancestor mother religion would not have had such a huge harvest in the cultivator cosmos. After all, there were many secrets that ordinary paragons did not know. Only the rulers knew more. Relying on bloody ruler, the ancestor mother religion had a deep understanding of the cultivator cosmos. This time, I believe everyone knows that the cultivator cosmos bloodshed god emperor is controlling that powerful array to sweep through the entire region. According to the speed and direction of his scouting, he'll reach our location within a few 100,000 years. The huge fanged hunk said, "Thus, we can't delay any longer. Amen. It's a pity. If we were given more time, our comprehension of the laws and profound mysteries would be deeper. We can also gather more resources to give birth to more religious leaders in our hometown. Currently, there are quite a few protectors in our hometown who have reached this realm, yet they do not have the resources to break through. The cosmos is collapsing, and we can't gather resources at all." These religious leaders were sighing. The collapse of their cosmos would be the final one. It was not a cycle of epochs. Yes, the huge fanged hunk nodded, but we don't have time. Everyone has to admit that the rulers of the cultivator cosmos are generally stronger than our religious leaders. They control the laws and profound mysteries, making their battles more unpredictable. We are comparatively more stupid. The huge fanged hunk said, "Naturally, their cosmos is still young, and there are few historical remains. There are few treasures left behind from the previous epochs. Our cosmos is much older and has already collapsed. There are many more treasures left behind. Yes, by relying on these treasures, we can definitely obtain victory. We will definitely succeed in establishing the ancestor mother altar. Even if they could refine new avatars, we can still rely on karma to find them and kill them one by one. They are too young and have too few treasures." These religious leaders were filled with killing intent. They had no path of retreat, be it for their race or for themselves. They had to occupy this cosmos. They even had to establish the ancestor mother altar, transforming the entire cosmos into a cultivation system suitable for them. Even though they were currently cultivating the laws and profound mysteries, their cultivation system was still their specialty. Furthermore, the cultivation system did not have a high requirement for the cosmos, and they could still cultivate it. Previously, Pang E became a ruler in their cultivator cosmos, and later on, Monarch Green became a ruler. This is a good thing for us. The huge fanged hunk chuckled. "I believe that everyone has discovered the most precious treasure in this cosmos. Yes, the most precious treasure. They actually do not recognize it. It's no wonder. After all, this is only the 8th cosmos epoch. They are still too young." The eyes of these religious leaders brightened. "Primal chaos flying ship," the huge fanged hunk softly said. "A legendary primal chaos flying ship." The cultivator cosmos actually ranked it as the 3rd of the 5 great historical remains. What a joke! This is much more precious than our Lake Heart Island historical remains and the 6th heavenly wheel. We have only seen records of it in the sacred scripture. Who would have thought that we would see a true primal chaos flying ship in this cosmos? The 5 great historical remains of the cultivator cosmos. First, the Lake Heart Island historical remains. Second, the 6 heavenly wheel. Third, the Arcadia flying ship. Fourth, the Moon Palace. Fifth, the thatched hull. As long as we can obtain the primal chaos flying ship with how mystical it is, we will have 1/2 of this war. The huge fanged hunk chuckled. Chapter 7:21. This primal chaos flying ship is restricted by an invisible law. Even those with the strength of a ruler or a sect master would be completely rejected and unable to enter. The huge fanged hunk shook his head. Unfortunately, there aren't many records in the canon. There are only some simple information about the primal chaos flying ship. However, with this simple information and the fact that this ship hasn't been controlled by anyone for many epochs, it should be an ownerless object. We definitely have hope of seizing it. Previously, the cultivator cosmos had Pang E and Monarch Green. Although our cosmos also has extremely powerful protectors compared to Pang E and Monarch Green, we have to admit that there is still some disparity. Their control over the profound mysteries of the laws is profound and unfathomable. During a battle, a portion of their strength can be split into 10 portions. Moreover, many of their moves are strange and unpredictable. With them around, it's impossible for our protectors to win. But now both of them have become sovereigns. The cultivator cosmos no longer has any powerful paragons. The strongest one is called Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Ha ha ha! Although he is not bad, any one of our 3 holy protectors is enough to stop him. The huge fanged hunk laughed. That's right, be it in terms of numbers or strength. Our protectors can suppress them in all aspects. We have 9 protectors who have already reached the sect master level. It's just that I don't have enough resources to break through. These sect masters were filled with confidence. In terms of quantity, they had the advantage among the sect masters, dominators, but without the help of treasures, they didn't have the confidence to fight head-on, because even if the rulers of the cultivator cosmos died in battle, they could quickly refine another avatar in a short period of time. In addition, the rulers were extremely proficient in utilizing the laws and profound mysteries. All of them were incomparably crafty. For example, the temporal island lord, who was weaker in direct combat, was famous for his elusiveness. In terms of controlling space-time, he was the strongest in both universes. The other rulers had their own ruler realm Daos, and their overall combat standard was stronger than the religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion. They could only rely on their numbers and treasures to fight. They had always felt that it was still too early to start the war. If they could nurture more sect masters and cultivate the laws of profound mysteries to an extremely high level, their combat power would naturally increase greatly. But there was no way around it. Bloodblade had activated the extreme void twin array, not giving them any time to react. However, they were very confident in the protector, venerable level. This was because 9 of them had reached the sect master level but hadn't been able to break through. Of course, the increase in their realms was more in the spiritual aspect, and it didn't help much in terms of strength. If it was in Dongbua Shuiying's universe, once one's realm broke through, it would be a breakthrough in the Tao, and one's strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. But the ancestor mother religion was different. They had to rely on resources to improve their realm under the guidance of Ancestor Mother. Thus, the Ancestor Mother altar was a must. Without the Ancestor Mother altar, they could not increase their strength. However, the strength of the 9 protectors had improved slightly in the end, and there were even 3 among them who had blazed a new path and had improved greatly in strength, so they were respectfully addressed as holy protectors. The primordial chaos flying ship is an item recorded in the Holy Bible. It is extremely powerful. As long as they could control it, they would have 1/2 the battle. Even if we are defeated, we can use the chaos flying ship to leave this universe and survive. The huge fanged hunk said, Therefore, we have to seize the Chaos flying ship at all costs. Monarch Green has become a ruler, and they do not have any powerful paragons. This is an opportunity given to us by Ancestor Mother. The eyes of the huge fanged hunk were filled with desire and expectation. We have to fight with all our strength. We have to do it at all costs. Seize the primordial Chaos flying ship. Occupy this cosmos and construct the Ancestor Mother altar. This will be our cosmos. Within this vast palace hall, there were 18 figures seated cross-legged. All of them were filled with determination, because they could not afford to lose. If they lost, their hometown cosmos would be collapsing, and they could not leave the cosmos to survive. Without the protection of the primordial Chaos flying ship, they would all be exterminated. Black Fog Sea, Dongbo Monarch Residence. Snowflakes fluttered, covering the entire residence with a thick layer of snow. Dongbo Shueing was currently brewing wine by himself. Other than the fruit wine that was being brewed on the table, there was also a big black gourd placed there. Dongbo Shueing would occasionally bring the big black gourd into his robes and caress it. He seemed to be in a daze, but in reality he was using his cultivation technique to sense the terrifying void array within. The void array was grand like the galaxy in the sky, and Dongbo Shueing was like a mortal looking up at it. The difference in realms was too great. Dongbo Shueing was either focusing on comprehending a single point of this void array, or treating it as a whole to comprehend it. He had gained some benefits over the past 600,000 years. It was just that he was still far from refining the black gourd. Snow Eagle. A voice suddenly resounded by his ear. It was filled with a strand of anxiety. Hurry up and come to the Arcadia flying ship. Teacher? Dongbo Shueing was slightly startled. His teacher, Bloodblade, had always been calm and unperturbed. Why did he lose his composure this time? Hurry up and come. Bloodblade did not explain the reason. He simply ordered. Yes. Dongbo Shueing did not care about anything else. He immediately grabbed the black gourd on the table and flew out of the monarch residence. Before he left, he even sent a voice transmission. Jing Qiu, I have something important to do. I have to leave now. Jing Qiu teleported to the snowy ground where the wine was being boiled. She looked at the wine flask that was still steaming. She raised her head and watched as Dongbo Shueing entered a spatial passage in the sky. She could not help but look forward to it. She knew that there was a huge gap between her and Dongbo Shueing's strength. All she could do was silently support him from behind. Who? Dongbo Shueing used all his strength to rush forward. His mirage world extended outwards, tearing open a spatial passage in the mirage world. This allowed him to fly at an extremely fast speed. In just half a cup of tea's time, Eastern Europe's Snow Eagle flew out of the spatial passage. He saw a flying ship floating in the starry sky outside. The flying ship was roughly 500 kilometers long. It did not seem big in the starry sky. However, the reason why it was named Arcadia Flying Ship was because it did not look big on the surface. In reality, there was a huge grotto heaven within it. The interior was simply a grotto heaven world. Teacher, Dongbo Shueing swiftly discovered Bloodblade. He also saw the black-robed, black-haired Temporal Island Lord and the other rulers. The 10 rulers were actually gathered here. Other than the 10 rulers, there were over 10 paragons who had rushed over. There were already more than 10 paragons here, like Water Devil King, Paragon Huicheng, and the others. I've always suspected that this Arcadia flying ship is extraordinary. It doesn't seem to be something from our cosmos, Bloodblade said. What's strange is that even rulers can't enter it. Just based on the many mystical aspects we discovered, we've ranked it 3rd among the 5 great historical remains. I've always felt that it might be more formidable than what we expected. That's why I've been constructing arrays around it. Who would have thought that the Ancestor Mother religion would actually send out a huge army this time? A group of religious leaders charged over, and my arrays were easily torn apart by them. They even sent a large group of protectors into this Arcadia flying ship. So many religious leaders are moving together. Furthermore, so many protectors have entered. They must know something. They even know how to control this Arcadia flying ship. Bloodblade frowned. He was slightly worried. Chapter 7:22. The green-robed old man, Yuanchu master, nodded and said, "Back when I was still a venerable, I've entered the Arcadia flying ship and witnessed all kinds of extraordinary things inside. Some of them are even more incredible than the 6 Paths, Tianluan, and the Lake Heart Island. Back then, I believed that the strength of the refiner of this Grotto Heaven flying ship was above the owner of Lake Heart Island and the demon ancestor. My guess is that it's something from another universe." "Yes," the black-robed, black-haired temporal island lord nodded. "It's a pity. Although it is extraordinary, it is hard for us to obtain any benefits from it." The 5 great relics. Ranked third, the Arcadia flying ship was the stingiest. It was very difficult to gain anything from it. And places like the Lake Heart Island ruins, the 6 Paths Tianluan, and the Moon Palace were all treasures, ultimate arts, guidance, training, and so on. They were all intentionally left behind by the predecessors of the previous epochs for the juniors. Even if one cottage was special, it still left behind an inheritance. Only the Arcadia flying ship remained. From the various traces, such as the traces of refinement and spirit designs, it could be seen that it was of the highest level, but he didn't gain anything from it. First, we gained very little. 2, not even hegemons can enter. The abyssal primogenitor shook his head as well. "It's already extraordinary enough to be ranked third," the indifferent Pantheon Palace master said. "We didn't find anything because we didn't discover its true secret. This time, the ancestor mother religion has sent a large number of protectors in. They should know the secret of this Arcadia flying ship." Bloodblade nodded. "Be it us or the seniors from the previous epochs, we all guessed that the Arcadia flying ship came from another universe. Now that the ancestor mother religion knows of its secret, the Arcadia flying ship should be quite famous. Now that I have displayed the void twin extreme array, the ancestor mother religion should be anxious. That is why they sent a large group of protectors to kill their way in. But this Arcadia flying ship is suppressed by invisible laws. Even sovereigns can't enter." Bloody Sovereign Nile said anxiously, "We have no choice but to send the venerables in," said Bloodblade. "We can only watch. It's up to the venerable ones. The primal master, the abyss primogenitor, the purgatory ruler, and Empress Qian, who were all at their wits' end. The venerables quickly gathered. One by one, the paragons looked at their surroundings in astonishment. They saw that the 10 sovereigns were gathered here, and a large number of paragons were rushing over. What's going on? The ruler is here, and the paragons are rushing over. What's going on?" Everyone was a little dazed. Dongbua Shui-ing, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, and Overlord of Destruction were naturally gathered together. "Dongbua, do you know what happened?" The Monarch of Destruction asked. The Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master looked over. "I don't know." Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head in confusion. At the same time, he noticed that the supremacies around him were confused. "I've asked a few of my old friends, but none of them knew. Right now, Bloodblade is discussing matters with the other sovereigns, so it's not convenient for me to ask him." The Overlord of Destruction said. He could tell that this was a huge matter. At this moment, he naturally could not act like a master. After all, his disciple Bloodblade was the true leader of the cultivator universe. "Let's wait." The Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was very calm. "Since he summoned us, he will tell us soon." "Yes." Dongbua Shui-ing nodded as he waited by the side. He saw his good brother Paragon, Hui Cheng, in the distance. He also saw White Sovereign King, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Monarch Hex Cricket, and even Ripple Lady Planet Master, who specialized in refining treasures. Regardless, all the paragons were gathered here. Even those who had just broken through were summoned. Amen. Dongbua Shui Ing also noticed Leaf Saint in the distance. He had some enmity with Leaf Saint. Finally, all the paragons from the deity world and abyss had arrived. The 10 rulers also stopped chatting. Blood Blade swept his gaze across all the paragons before saying in a clear voice, I believe most of you know that other than our cultivator cosmos, there are other cosmoses. All the paragons present were silent. They were listening attentively. Occasionally, our cosmos will discover traces of experts from other cosmoses, but these aren't anything to worry about. Currently, there is a superpower called the Ancestor Mother Religion. They have sent a large batch of rulers into our cosmos. Bloodblade said, What? A large batch of rulers? Many paragons were startled. There might be a war between the Ancestor Mother Religion and us. According to our original plan, the 10 of us rulers are sufficient for the war. Your participation in the war won't be of much help to the overall situation. Instead, it will bind our hands and feet. Bloodblade said. The paragons present did not refute him. After all, they were clear of the gap between them and the rulers. But now, a group of rulers from the Ancestor Mother Religion has broken through my arrays. They are also escorting a large group of paragons into the Arcadia flying ship. Bloodblade said they might know the secret of the Arcadia flying ship. He continued explaining. At the same time, Bloodblade was also transmitting the intelligence regarding the Ancestor Mother Religion and the Arcadia flying ship to all the paragons. Even though people like Dongbua Shui Ing already knew many secrets, some paragons knew very little. You should understand the threat of the Ancestor Mother Religion since I've given you the intelligence. Originally, there was no need for you to participate in this war. But now it's different. Leave the final war to us, and the war within the Arcadia flying ship will be left to all of you paragons. Bloodblade said with a clear voice, We do not know the secret of the Arcadia flying ship. Thus, there is only one thing we can do. Kill them all. Kill all their protectors, and their plan will fail. The final war belongs to us, rulers, and we will have to rely on you all to enter the Arcadia flying ship. Even if you all die in battle, you can immediately refine avatars and enter again. Bloodblade's eyes were filled with killing intent. No matter what, we must exhaust them to death. The entire place was silent. The paragons standing in the void were all filled with fighting intent. This was a war between 2 cosmoses. Originally, they did not need to participate in this war, but now they could do their part. 36 paragons. Bloodblade looked at them. We rulers do not know what secret the Arcadia flying ship is hiding, but we can confirm that the Arcadia flying ship is much more terrifying than the Lake Heart Island historical remain and the 6 heavenly wheel. If you all were to lose, it might lead to the final defeat. We will win, and all these outsiders will be killed. In the distance, there was a muscular male with 2 black horns. His purple eyes were filled with thunder. He was the strongest of the 36 paragons, Heavenly Emperor of great destruction. Right, we will wipe them out. This is a war between us paragons. We will definitely win. All the paragons were filled with fighting intent, and Bloodblade, Primal Master, Temporal Island Lord, and the other rulers were filled with anticipation as they watched. These were all paragons from their cultivator cosmos. Let's go, Bloodblade said. Go, let's go. Kill all the protectors of the Ancestor Mother Religion. All the paragons, including Dongbua Shui Ing, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, Monarch Destruction, Paragon Huicheng, Ripple Lady Planet Master, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, and the others flew towards the Arcadia flying ship. The 10 rulers watched everything. Will we win? Empress Qian, he was slightly worried. Our 2 strongest paragons, Pang-E and Monarch Green, have become rulers. Currently, none of these paragons can fight against rulers. Myriad God Palace Head coldly said, "This time it's a little risky." The other rulers did not speak. Everyone felt uncertain. Just like Monarch Green and Pang-E in the past, they could suppress a large group of paragons. It's a pity that the two of them had become rulers. The 10 rulers looked to the distance. There were 36 streams of light arcing through the starry sky. They had already charged into the Arcadia flying ship. Those 36 streams of light represented all the paragons in their cultivator cosmos. End of this chapter, asterisk. Chapter 7:23. The Arcadia flying ship in front of them was getting bigger and bigger. Yet Dongwu Shuiing and the other 36 paragons did not slow down at all. When they were just 5 kilometers away from the Arcadia flying ship, a ripple formed on the surface of the flying ship. Those who came into contact with the ripple, Dongwu Shuiing and the others easily passed through it and entered the ship. Hua! After passing through the ripple, they arrived at a quiet and peaceful world. This world had grasslands, hills, and rivers. It was just that there were no birds or beasts. Stop! Following a loud roar from Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Hu! Dongwu Shuiing and the others stopped. They stood in midair. The 36 paragons from the cultivator cosmos, including Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master and Dongwu Shuiing, were all paragons. At this moment, all of them had solemn expressions. Even though this Arcadia flying ship world had an unseen law suppression, experts like Dongwu Shuiing and mysterious North Imperial Empress were still able to conduct an ultra-long distance scouting. The ancestor mother religion actually has so many protectors. Dongwu Shuiing relied on the Mirage world to extend his senses. He soon enveloped the protectors who were currently in a dazzling rainbow light 60 billion kilometers away. Different from the cultivator cosmos, these protectors of the ancestor mother religion were generally weaker in the laws and profound mysteries. Even though there were some who had comprehended the complete law of the world, none of the protectors had opened a Tao. Furthermore, they could not teleport within the Arcadia flying ship world. They could only fly slowly, and it was easy for Dongwu Shuiing and the others to catch up to them. They could just teleport by relying on the Mirage world. What a powerful aura! Dongwu Shuiing's expression changed slightly. There were a total of 51 protectors from the ancestor mother religion. They were flying at high speed, and the 3 who had the most terrifying aura were the ones flying at the front. They were a golden-haired monkey, a venomous-tailed girl, and a muscular man wielding a wooden pole. The 3 of them were currently emitting an unseen ripple that enveloped the entire team. When Dongwu Shuiing, White Sovereign King, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, and the others were scouting in the dark, the 3 most terrifying protectors from the ancestor mother religion immediately sensed it. Humph! The muscular man wielding the wooden staff turned his head. His gaze pierced through the obstruction of the void and was actually able to see the group of paragons of the cultivator cosmos tens of billions of miles away. They're here. The golden-haired monkey also turned around. His golden eyes seemed to pierce through the void as he looked at the group of supremacies. Even if you come, you'll just be throwing your life away. The venom-tailed woman sneered. Don't underestimate them. These cultivators have created their own Tao. Their control over the laws of profound mysteries is much better than ours. Right now, they can easily monitor us. As for us, only Protector Kuei and I can see them. The golden-haired monkey transmitted. The brawny man with the wooden staff said, "That's why if we play tricks with them, we'll be the ones to suffer. Let's do what we're doing now. All the Guardians will work together and will use our absolute strength to crush them head-on. No matter what tricks they use against us, we'll crush them head-on and crush them into powder." The venom-tailed woman smiled. That was a confident smile. Their ancestor mother religion had been observing the entire cultivator cosmos in the dark. In addition to bloody ruler Nile providing them with a large amount of intelligence, They had a clear understanding of the strength of the 36 paragons. The more they understood, the more confident they became. This time, they would definitely win. In midair, Dongbua Shueing and the other 36 paragons were gathered here. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was currently clad in violet armor. His bare arms were covered in draconic tattoos. 2 black, curved horns protruded from his head, and his violet eyes were faintly flashing with lightning. He growled, "Fellow paragons, the ancestor mother religion has suddenly acted. Furthermore, a total of 51 protectors have gathered together. For them to dare to do this, they must have something they can rely on." The other paragons looked at Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction's strength had determined that he would naturally be the leader this time. In the world of cultivators, the strong were still respected. It doesn't matter what they are relying on. We must avoid their strengths and attack their weaknesses. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction said, "Their cultivation heart realm is much weaker than ours. Hence, the moment the battle begins, Purgatory Great Commander, Nightmare Monarch, and Monarch Dongbo, the 3 of you will use your illusory techniques. Purgatory Great Commander's Purgatory Reincarnation is the most powerful and tyrannical. Hence, he will be the first to use it. Nightmare Monarch's Nightmare technique is slightly strange. Monarch Dongbo's Mirage and Illusory Realm should be extraordinary as well. Those with a weaker cultivation realm might be able to resist one, but the second and third would most likely strike the weakness in their heart, causing them to fall into oblivion." None present rebutted. After all, illusory realm techniques were the best large-scale technique. It was fine if they could resist it, but if they could not, they would be doomed. At this moment, the efficiency would be extremely high. "I'll have to trouble the 3 of you." Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction looked at Dongbua, Shueing, and the other 2. "Leave it to us." Purgatory Great Commander was clad in red armor. Nightmare Monarch, who was shrouded in fog, and Dongbua Shueing, who was dressed in black, nodded. "After the illusory realm ends, we will need Demon Phoenix to use her domain to suppress and restrain each and every one of them." Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction began his arrangements. Demon Phoenix was an apex paragon from Dark Abyss. Her ranking on the Cosmos Deity Demon list was slightly lower amongst the apex paragons. This was because she specialized in domains, but she was also one of the paragons who had the strongest control over domains. She was average in terms of direct combat and defense. Only her domain was unfathomable. Ordinary paragons would not be able to retaliate against her, and when she met an apex paragon, she would immediately use her domain to escape. Hence, even though she was ranked 20th on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, her influence was still very high. She was comparable to Water Demon King and the others, and Mysterious North Imperial Empress, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, continued to make arrangements. He had cultivated for a long period of time. Now that he was the leader, he naturally had to arrange everything well. Very soon the battle plan was set. They would use their advantages to the best of their abilities. There were also many backup plans. "All right, since everyone understands, let us prepare for battle." Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction looked at the green-robed, beautiful girl, Mysterious North Imperial Empress. "Mysterious North Imperial Empress, teleport us to their side." Mysterious North Imperial Empress softly nodded. Hua! Suddenly, a huge illusion of a magic formation appeared in the surrounding void. Wang! In a split second, the 36 venerable ones inside the illusory formation disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, he was already 60 billion kilometers away from where the group of protectors from the ancestor mother religion were located. Who? The group of protectors from the ancestor mother religion were flying at high speed. They had turned into a huge rainbow light. They were like meteorites arcing through the sky. And Dongbua Shueing and the other 36 paragons had appeared by their side. They were just a few kilometers away from them. This distance was something they could touch with their level, and of the 36 paragons, Purgatory Great Commander, Nightmare Monarch, and Dongbua Shueing were fully focused. Purgatory Great Commander, who was covered in red armor, was the first to display his illusory realm technique. One could see flames burning in his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be many souls howling within the flames. An unseen ripple descended and enveloped all 51 protectors from the ancestor, Mother Religion. Chapter 724. Almost instantaneously, of the 51 protectors from the ancestor Mother Religion, a total of 6 of them were clutching their heads and howling in agony. Flames were burning in their eyes. These flames came from their souls. They could not withstand the purgatory reincarnation, and their souls were directly incinerated into nothingness. Even though the other protectors revealed a pained look, they were still barely able to withstand it. Go. Nightmare Monarch let out a light laugh. His laughter strangely transmitted into the mind of every protector from the ancestor, Mother Religion. Of these protectors who were previously struck by the purgatory reincarnation, 2 of them revealed a strange smile. They closed their eyes and fell asleep. Descend. Dongbua Shueing closely followed up with his mirage and illusory realm. The 3 of them had their own techniques. Purgatory Great Commander's Purgatory Reincarnation was actually more offensive in his Tao of Purgatory. It directly attacked the soul, and the illusory realm was merely a secondary effect. If one could not withstand it, their soul would be directly incinerated into ashes. Nightmare Monarch was primarily a type of nightmare that could control the soul of the enemy, and Dongbua Shueing's mirage and illusory realm formed a world that was similar to the real world. This illusory world and the real world were 2 different worlds. When the illusory realm descended, it would bewilder one's consciousness, causing one to fall into this illusory realm for eternity. Under the execution of the mirage and illusory realm, 5 protectors fell into a deep sleep at the same time. They naturally emitted breathing sounds. Amen. Purgatory Great Commander and Nightmare Monarch, who unleashed their respective attacks, were slightly startled. They glanced at Dongbua Shueing by their side. They were clear that the first one to unleash his illusory realm had the best effect. A total of 6 protectors had died. The second one was slightly weaker because the 6 with weaker cultivation hearts had died. The remaining ones were not too weak, and only 2 fell into the illusory realm. As for the third time, a total of 5 protectors had fallen into oblivion. This made the 2 of them extremely startled. Just talking about this illusory realm technique, Shueing was most likely the strongest amongst the paragons. Dongbua Shueing was very clear about this. After so many years of cultivation, his understanding of the Tao of Mirage was much more profound. In addition to the 600,000 years of studying the void array of the Black Gourd, because he was proficient in the Tao of Mirage, almost all of the gains he gained from studying the void array were related to the Tao of Mirage. These gains allowed his Tao of Mirage to improve tremendously. Currently, his Tao of Mirage could be considered to be at the pinnacle level. The Purgatory Great Commander's illusory realm attack was just a side effect. The Nightmare Monarch was just an ordinary venerable. Dongbua Shueing's Tao of Mirage, on the other hand, was extremely proficient in illusory realms. Moreover, it was a top-notch Tao of Mirage. Amongst the paragons, his illusory realms were naturally the best. Monarch Dongbua was the last to act, yet he managed to cripple 5 protectors. His illusory realm is more formidable than expected. The group of paragons from the cultivator cosmos had many judgments in their hearts. It was all because Dongbua Shueing was too young. Everyone subconsciously felt that his illusory realm techniques should be ordinary. Among the 36 paragons, Devil Phoenix was dressed in a luxurious violet gown. Beneath her beautiful face, her eyes were filled with killing intent. One could see countless violet light spreading out in a region spanning 5 billion kilometers. The violet light was fluctuating like a violet ocean. Every single violet light contained an offensive power that would make the hearts of others palpitate. But all the protectors from the ancestor mother religion were being protected by an unseen ripple. The ones releasing this unseen ripple were the golden-haired monkey, the venom-tailed girl, and the muscular man with a wooden pole. The illusory realm technique was illusory and targeted the soul. Under normal circumstances, one could only rely on their soul to resist against it. Clearly, they could not protect their comrades. But the domain attack of Paragon Devil Phoenix was easily resisted by them. Kill all of them. The golden-haired monkey roared. He waved his palm, bringing with it a world-destroying power that swept out towards the group of cultivator paragons. Because he was filled with anger, the golden-haired monkey seemed to be risking his life almost instantaneously. His entire body began emitting golden light, and his aura became much more ferocious. That huge hairy palm of his rapidly enlarged. Every single strand of hair on his palm was like a towering tree. It seemed as though he wanted to slap all the paragons to death with a single palm. The space by the edge of his palm had turned into a pitch-black, distorted black hole. The expressions of Donghua Shuiing and the others changed. Fighting against 36 by himself seemed like a joke, but Donghua Shuiing and the others were clear that this was not a joke. The offensive power of the golden-haired monkey was comparable to that of rulers under normal circumstances. At this moment, he was risking his life to unleash a forbidden technique, causing its power to increase by several times. It was unfathomably strong. Even if he was weaker in terms of laws and profound mysteries, people like Donghua Shuiing, who could use the Mirage World, could naturally resist against it. But many ordinary paragons would probably be suppressed and annihilated. After all, this was the might of a ruler. In terms of strength, it might even surpass them. This was the strongest of the 3 great sage protectors. Scram! Followed by an angry roar. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction immediately slashed out with the black pole in his hand. Normally, he would not use a weapon, but this time he did. His weapon transformed into a purple lightning bolt. Hong Long Long, in terms of strength, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction had also reached the ruler level. His understanding of laws and profound mysteries was also close to that of a ruler. When Pang Yi was more low profile, amongst the paragons, Monarch Green was publicly acknowledged as the strongest. He was truly comparable to a ruler. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was second. He was extremely close to a ruler and was able to wrestle with a ruler. But after a long time, he would still be defeated by a ruler. As for the other paragons, Water Devil King, White Sovereign, Monarch Hex Cricket, and the others were all peak paragons. But when facing a ruler, they could only preserve their lives. Pum! The black pole tore through everything. It clashed against that huge, hairy palm. The pole merely trembled slightly before dissipating the impact. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction did not seem to be at a disadvantage. He continued his killing. Let's kill Great Destruction first before sweeping through the other paragons. The golden-haired monkey said, "Kill." The venom-tailed girl and the pole muscular man did not hesitate to team up with the golden-haired monkey to attack Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. In a one-on-one battle, they would at most be comparable to Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. But if they worked together, they would be able to complement each other's techniques. In addition to their understanding of Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, they were confident of killing him. Within the territory of the ancestor mother religion, within a vast palace hall, the group of religious leaders were seated cross-legged. They were watching the projection in midair. It was the scene of the battle within the Arcadia flying ship. In an instant, we lost 12 protectors. Even though 6 of them are in deep sleep, they are temporarily unable to provide any help. A thin old man said, "It was hard to awaken those who had fallen into an illusory realm. Few religious leaders could do so much less those paragons. They could only search for their true bodies in their hometown cosmos and ask one of the religious leaders to awaken them. That Dongbua Shuang was the last to unleash his illusory realm, yet 5 protectors still fell for it. He wasn't this formidable back in the 6th heavenly wheel. These religious leaders were discussing. Indeed, in the past, when Dongbua Shuang was in the 6th heavenly wheel, he had merely killed a single protector, but that time he had just opened the Tao of Mirage. And now, close to 10 million years had passed. He had also comprehended the black gourd void array, raising his Tao of Mirage to the pinnacle. Naturally, his power was much stronger than before. Fellow religious leaders. Suddenly, the huge fanged hunk said in a low tone, "I've just received news that the 6 protectors who could not resist against the purgatory reincarnation technique have died from soul combustion." At that moment, the palace hall turned silent. When the enemy could not resist against the attacks of Dongbua Shuang and Nightmare Monarch, their true bodies and avatars would fall into deep sleep. And when the enemy could not resist against the attacks of Purgatory Great Commander, the souls of their true bodies and avatars would be incinerated. They died for their hometown and for their race. The huge fanged hunk said, "Their deaths are worth it." A female religious leader calmly said, "The war has just begun. Everything is for survival." Chapter 725. In the starry sky outside the Arcadia flying ship, Bloodblade, Monarch Green, Peng Yi, Abyss, Primogenitor, Primal Master, and the other rulers were watching from afar. Even the ancestor mother religion could see what was happening within the Arcadia flying ship. The cultivator rulers were much more profound in the laws and profound mysteries. They could easily see what was happening within, but seeing was just seeing. The unseen law suppression within the Arcadia flying ship prevented them from entering. The battle has begun. Primal Master caressed his beard. The illusory realm is indeed a counter to the ancestor mother religion. It has instantly caused them to lose 12 protectors. Bloody Ruler Nile praised. They are just slightly weaker protectors. Those apex protectors aren't that easy to deal with. Temporal Island Lord coldly said, "I hope that we don't lose too badly in this first battle." Bloodblade turned silent too. Their eyesight was sharp. They could deduce the gap in strength between both parties. This was a clear gap. "Your disciple isn't bad." Abyss Primogenitor chuckled. "It seems that his Tao of Mirage has improved greatly." Temporal Island Lord coldly said, "It's a pity that the Tao of Mirage is too weak in a battle." Bloodblade was only watching carefully. He was collecting detailed intelligence on the ancestor mother religion protectors. After all, their understanding of the ancestor mother religion was too little. This battle was a true large-scale battle between paragons, and it was also a good opportunity to collect intelligence. Within the Arcadia flying ship, the paragons from both cosmoses began a frenzied battle. One side wanted to occupy this cosmos for survival, and the other wanted to defend against these outsiders. Both parties were fighting with their lives on the line. They were using their full strength. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction and the 3 holy protectors from the ancestor mother religion clashed. One could see the golden-haired monkey being ferocious and tyrannical. His 2 hairy palms were wantonly attacking, suppressing Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction with his absolute strength. The muscular man wielding the wooden pole was only slightly weaker than the golden-haired monkey. He was still suppressing Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Furthermore, that wooden pole was unpredictable. When it struck the back of Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, it immediately burned a huge wound. Even the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction's expression changed when the wooden staff was touched. As for the venom-tailed woman, she was much more sinister. Her tail instantly extended for tens of miles, twisting around like a chain. The tip of her tail was so poisonous that even Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction didn't dare to touch it with his body. Nirvana. A middle-aged man wearing a dark green robe also joined them. He was the monarch Hex Cricket, who was ranked just below the heavenly emperor of great destruction. Monarch Hex Cricket's entire body was shrouded in a layer of misty green light. He entered the fray with his bare hands. Pum! Monarch Hex Cricket used a single hand to block the full-strength attack of the robust man wielding the wooden staff. Although his body staggered 2 steps back, only a black scar appeared on his arm. However, under the expulsion of the green light on his body, the scar instantly disappeared. This Monarch Hex Cricket's attacks are very weak, but he can be said to be undying and indestructible. Even if the 3 of us surround him, we won't be able to injure him. The golden-haired monkey transmitted, "There's no need to care about him. Let's deal with great destruction with all our strength." The 3 holy protectors were not willing to tangle with Monarch Hex Cricket, but Monarch Hex Cricket was doing his best to tangle with them and help Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Monarch Hex Cricket being called undying and indestructible was not a lie. He was truly too tyrannical and heaven-defying. He had once presided over the 6 heavenly wheels Black Rain Eden, and all the protectors from the ancestor mother religion could do nothing against him. They used all their treasures to shatter his body and extinguish his soul. He could even come back to life from thin air. This life force made even rulers envious. With the help of Hex Cricket, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction could barely fight against the 3 holy protectors. He would not be surrounded and killed in a few moves. Kill, kill, kill. The other paragons were also fighting against the protectors from the ancestor mother religion. The ancestor mother religion protectors were relatively clearer in their techniques. The first type was tyrannical and had heaven-defying strength and speed. The second type was a transformation of their body. Either their hair would turn into a terrifying weapon, or their arms would turn into a sharp weapon, or their eyes would shoot out light. All of them were hard to deal with. The third type was a seemingly weak body. Even if they were weak, their bodies were generally stronger than the cultivators. They were fighting with all their strength, but every cultivator present was extremely vigilant. "We must not let them obtain our blood." Blood Blade transmitted the information to them. These protectors had the weakest bodies, and they specialized in strange curses. They had to rely on something like hair or bones, but the most effective was blood. Even though they were the weakest during battle, they would be the greatest threat the moment they obtained the blood. On the other hand, the cultivators were using all sorts of methods. They could transform into lightning, flames, or bamboo leaves. Even when they were fighting, they used formations, domains, and voodoo poisons to launch sneak attacks. Regardless, they were using all sorts of techniques. But hong hong hong, the moment both sides clashed, there was a clear change in the situation. The cultivators were immediately at a disadvantage. "Die for me!" A protector from the ancestor mother religion wielded a huge stone axe and furiously hacked down. A paragon cultivator paled seeing this. He immediately retreated and tried his best to defend and preserve his life. But with a hong sound, his entire body was blasted into powder by the power contained within the stone axe. "Kill! Die!" The apex protectors of the ancestor mother religion specialized in strength. They could suppress others. That time, when Dongbua Shueing fought with Protector Huizhu, he was suppressed. Those apex protectors with transformed bodies could suppress the paragons in terms of strength, and their attacks were even weirder. More importantly, there were a total of 32 apex protectors, including the 3 holy protectors. And how many apex paragons were there in the cultivator cosmos? They could not even compare to half of the other party. The remaining were ordinary paragons. The gap in strength between ordinary paragons was too huge. There were those who were formidable in survival, such as Leaf Saint, who could barely survive. Those who were weaker would simply be swept away. And the apex paragons like Paragon Ho Chang, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, Devil Phoenix, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, and others could fight against an apex protector. They could even assist other paragons. But that was all. They did not have much of an advantage. The battle between both sides, the cultivators who had the advantage were Water Devil King, White Sovereign King, Bitter Cultivator, Purgatory Great Commander, and Dongbua Shueing, who had revealed his true strength. Kill. Water Devil King's body seemed to be condensed from water. His ferocious might overflowed into the sky. He wielded a venomous trident. He attacked wantonly. When the protectors attacked him, Water Devil King's body would turn into endless streams of water and dissipate before condensing in the distance to attack another protector. Even the ruler, Primal Master, could not kill his body. He could only imprison him. And in terms of offense, he was much stronger than Monarch Hex Cricket. He was more ruthless and tyrannical. Almost instantaneously, a protector from the ancestor Mother Religion began asking for help. Humph! The silvery white armored handsome, white Sovereign King was currently surrounded by a layer of blood. Shua. His figure seemed illusory and real at the same time. He would occasionally turn into a blood fog, and the ancestor Mother Religion could not attack him. At the same time, he was displaying that terrifying sword technique. Every sword contained an extreme power. That time he had used a single sword to heavily injure Dongbua Shueing, who had cultivated the fourth layer of extreme annihilation mysterious body. This sword technique was powerful and mysterious. The protectors of the ancestor Mother Religion could not defend against it at all. Humph! Bitter Cultivator was also barehanded. He looked thin and small, yet he was the strongest amongst the paragons. His strength did not lose out to the apex protectors of the ancestor Mother Religion. More importantly, every single fist of his contained laws and profound mysteries close to the ruler realm. Pum! He punched out. Even Protector Huazhu, who dared to face it head-on, would be sent flying back while spurting out blood. One could see him fighting fiercely. One after another, the protectors of the ancestor Mother Religion were sent flying. None could obstruct him. Die. Purgatory Great Commander's entire body was covered in a layer of flames. He held a spear in his hand. He had also cultivated the myriad devil true body. Even though his strength was slightly weaker than the apex protectors, the gap was not too big. In addition to his vicious spear technique and profound comprehension of the realm, his armor was also incredibly strong. For a moment, the apex protectors could not defend against him. Compared to the previous four, Dongbua Shueing, who had cultivated the Tao of Mirage to the pinnacle, was the most mysterious and unpredictable one present. His attacks came and went without a trace, and this gave the cultivators a pleasant surprise. Chapter 7:26. Who? Dongbua Shueing was clad in black armor. He wielded a black spear, the blood serpent spear. He was the strangest person present. He disappeared without a trace. Following Pu Chi, the spear appeared from nothingness. It appeared right in front of the forehead of an apex protector. Being an apex protector, there was an unseen ripple on the surface of his body. It was amazing that the spear could reach his forehead. His Tao of Mirage had reached the pinnacle level, and his attacks were stealthy. If he had just opened the Tao of Mirage, he would not have been able to conceal his attacks. In addition, he cultivated the 6 Sever sword styles and Great Extinction scripture. These 2 Tao of Slaughter absolute arts were fused into his spear techniques, making the power of his Tao of Slaughter more ferocious. At the same time, he cultivated the myriad devil true body, just like Purgatory Great Commander and Bitter Cultivator. With his superhuman strength and terrifying spear techniques, the protector could not defend in time. The spear head pierced straight into the head of the protector. It was just that the resistance was more obvious. He had to exert force to retract the spear. Half of the head of the protector was gone, but the wound was still recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clearly his life force was strong. Brother Dongbua, beautifully done. Paragon Huicheng was having a hard time because there were a total of 3 apex protectors attacking him. Just now, Dongbu Shueing had helped him with a spear. So. Shueing would disappear time after time, appearing time after time to launch a sneak attack. He would pierce through the body of the apex protectors from the ancestor mother religion time after time, making the situation of the cultivators clearly better. If not for him, the situation would have worsened. Even though Devil Phoenix could teleport, her offense was much weaker. Her attacks could not even break through the skin of the apex protectors from the ancestor mother religion. Things aren't looking good. Dongbu Shueing was clear. The life force of these apex protectors is too strong. My spear can only injure them, and they will recover very quickly. Even the weakest apex protectors who specialize in killing curses can turn their bodies into mist, making it hard to kill them. Reaching the level of the apex protectors, it was hard to kill them. Even the voodoo poison in the blood serpent spear posed little threat to the top protectors. The top protectors could forcibly expel the voodoo poison. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'll be able to kill a peak protector if I spend more time. However, they had the advantage in numbers, and they would help each other. Once a peak protector was heavily injured, the other companions would immediately come to their aid. It can even be directly stored in a grotto heaven treasure. Dongbu Shueing shook his head. The protectors from the ancestor mother religion who had fallen into a deep sleep in the illusory realm were kept into the Eden treasure. Therefore, it was easy to injure a top protector. However, it was very difficult to kill them. Firstly, his vitality was indeed very strong. Secondly, he had a large number of companions. It was impossible for him to watch as a top protector gradually died. Not good. Monarch Destruction's expression changed. Even though his survivability was better, he was still heavily injured. His blood landed in the hands of a thin woman from the ancestor mother religion. This thin woman held onto the blood and began executing a mysterious killing curse. Killing curse was also a name given by the bloodshed god emperor and the others. It was a very mysterious power. It was not any power that Dongbu Shueing and the others were familiar with. It was extremely mysterious, descending from an extremely high level. Monarch Destruction's face turned red. He lost control of his body and began tumbling in midair. A protector from the ancestor mother religion immediately rushed out. He wanted to kill Monarch Destruction with a single strike. South Devil Phoenix immediately appeared. She extended her white fingers and grabbed hold of Monarch Destruction before keeping him into her Eden treasure. Dongbu Shueing also appeared, though he was slightly slower. He exchanged glances with Devil Phoenix. The two of them had already helped many paragons during crucial moments. The situation is too bad. Dongbu Shueing thought. Retreat. Monarch Hex Cricket suddenly transmitted an order. He had already risked his life to save the heavily injured Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Following his order, all the paragons began retreating. Go. Dongbu Shueing immediately entered the Mirage World. At the same time, his luminous sun force turned into many white light arms that entered the real world. They directly grabbed onto the paragons like Paragon Huicheng and the others. They did not resist and entered the Mirage World. The demon Phoenix also helped the surrounding honorable ones. Then, everyone quickly teleported away with a whoosh. The protectors of the ancestor mother religion were still in midair. They are really fast at escaping. If not for that Devil Phoenix and Dongbu Shueing, we could have killed a few more paragons. The two of them are very slippery. These protectors of the ancestor mother religion were still feeling unresigned. If one said that mysterious North Imperial Empress relied on arrays to teleport within the Arcadia flying ship, she would have to rely on arrays to execute her moves. That Dongbu Shueing and Devil Phoenix had opened their own Daos and could move with a single thought. That was why they could appear and disappear unpredictably. That Dongbua Shuiying's offense is really formidable. Even the apex protectors were pierced through by his spear. Protector Hua Zhu clutched his chest. The hole on his chest was currently recovering. He muttered, his improvement is too fast. That time in the 6th heavenly wheel, he could not even break through my skin. According to the intelligence, he has cultivated the myriad devil true body, the golden-haired monkey muttered. And from the looks of it, it isn't just the myriad devil true body. His spear techniques are extremely vicious and filled with a destructive aura. Amen, he is indeed a variable. He has reduced the number of paragons we killed this time. The venom-tailed girl added. How are our losses? The golden-haired monkey asked. A violet-robed female protector answered. Protector Qian, when we were attacked by the illusory realm, 6 protectors had their true bodies and avatars destroyed. The protectors present turned silent at that moment. True bodies and avatars destroyed? That was a complete and utter death. If we don't fight, our entire race will be exterminated. The muscular man with a wooden staff softly said. There might be more comrades dying. This is unavoidable, other than them and the sleeping protectors, because Water Devil King, Purgatory Great Commander, and Dongbua Shuiying ambushed us too suddenly. We have lost another 3 protectors. The violet-robed female protector said. The other protectors are fine. As for us, we have killed a total of 8 paragons. On a grassy plain in the Arcadia flying ship, a group of paragons were here. All of them were in a sorry state. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction's expression was cold. He was arrogant, but this time if not for Monarch Hex Cricket risking his life to save him, he would have died there. Some of the paragons present looked at Dongbua Shuiying with a strand of gratitude. This time he had indeed helped many paragons. This battle had also allowed Dongbua Shuiying to gain the recognition of all paragons. How is he weak? The new 3 ancestors of the Bloodshed God Palace have said that he is the weakest. I believe he should be the strongest. Dongbua Shuiying was indeed strong. The Tao of Mirage gave him the qualifications to be ranked as an apex paragon. In addition to the Tao of Slaughter Absolute Art, and Myriad Devil True Body, he could be ranked alongside Water Devil King, White Sovereign King, Bitter Cultivator, and others. Even Paragon Huocheng, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, and Mysterious North Imperial Empress were slightly weaker. After all, they only specialized in a single Tao. The other party is truly strong. Dongbua Shuiying was pondering. Furthermore, the other party did not display any precious treasures during the initial battle. I've heard that they once relied on treasures to shatter the body of Monarch Hex Cricket. This time, it is clear that they did not truly risk their lives. That's right, this is just the initial battle. They know that even if we die, we can still refine avatars. Thus, they are very patient. Fellow paragons, Monarch Hex Cricket chuckled. We know too little about the ancestor mother religion. According to the plan, this is just the initial battle to understand the other party's foundation. That's good, we will be targeting them. We might have lost 8 paragons, but they will be able to cultivate back soon. As for the ancestor mother religion, they have already lost 9 protectors. It is impossible for them to replenish their strength. Everyone felt slightly better after hearing that, but they were clear that none of the apex protectors from the ancestor mother religion had died. They were completely suppressed in the previous battle. In the starry sky outside the Arcadia flying ship, the rulers watching from afar were frowning. Using the first battle to understand the other party's foundation had given them a bad feeling. Primal Master chuckled to alleviate the tension. Blood Edge, your disciple Dongbua Shuiying is not bad. His current combat power is definitely that of an apex paragon. Furthermore, his survivability is at the peak. If we were to compile the Cosmos Deity Demon list, he should be ranked 15th this time. If his combat power could match Great Destruction, the situation would be much better. It's a pity that his offense is still lacking. Temporal Island Lord shook his head. He was speaking the truth. If Dongbua Shui-ing cultivated the Tao of slaughter to the pinnacle, coupled with a myriad devil true body, he would be able to fight against the three holy protectors. But now, the golden-haired monkey could send Dongbua Shui-ing flying with a single slap. Bitter cultivator might have sufficient offensive power, but he was lacking in survivability. He did not dare to participate in battles at that level. Only Hex Cricket and Great Destruction could fight at that level. How long has he cultivated for? Primal Master shook his head. Let's not talk about Snow Eagle anymore. Blood Edge chuckled. The situation isn't good. Even though we have yet to use our full strength, the other party has yet to display any formidable treasures. They are suppressing us paragons just by relying on the number of apex protectors. How troublesome. If we really can't do it, even if the Arcadia flying ship loses this battle, there's still us. Abyss Primogenita chuckled. We hold a clear advantage in terms of rulers. We can afford to lose. There's no need to worry too much. Myriad God Palace head was relatively confident. Empress Qian, he also chuckled by the side. We still have a chance in this battle. Blood Edge continued observing the situation within the Arcadia flying ship. The combat power displayed by his disciple Dongbua Shui-ing made him feel gratified. But Blood Edge was clear that this combat power could not affect the overall situation. The chances of victory in this battle were still relatively low. Even if the chances of victory are low, as long as we grab hold of the opportunity, we can turn the tables. Blood Edge's eyes were filled with a strand of expectation. For this battle, the ancestor mother religion had made preparations. Naturally, he had a backup plan too. Chapter 727. Moments later. Your Majesty, God Emperor. Mysterious North Imperial Empress, Monarch Hex Cricket, and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction used the array to teleport out of the Arcadia flying ship, arriving in front of Bloodblade. Bloodblade nodded. Following that, the surrounding area became chaotic and blurry, making it difficult to probe. Bloodblade sure is careful, said Primal Master with a smile. He should have made some arrangements. He has more moves than us. The Abyss Primogenita also laughed. The Bloodblade was the strongest in the entire cultivator cosmos in terms of direct combat, weapon refinement, and array formations. He had reached the pinnacle of the ruler realm in all three Daos and was the most comprehensive and perfect. Although Qing Jun also had a bit of his demeanor and was also good at three paths. However, Qing Jun was better at fighting. She was much more lacking in refining tools and arrays. Phew! The surrounding scenery became clear. Bloodblade ordered, "Go." Yes. Mysterious North Imperial Empress, Monarch Hex Cricket, and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction immediately obeyed and rushed back to the Arcadia flying ship. Bloodshed, you are too careful. It is fine if you are guarding against those ancestor mother religions spying on you. But why are you guarding against us? Temporal Island Lord shook his head. Bloody Ruler Nile added, That's right. Why are you guarding against us? Oh, right. What plan do you have to deal with the ancestor mother religion? No matter how I think about it, I can't think of winning. We feel that we won't be able to win, but Bloodblade might have a way. Empress Qian, he smiled. What can we do? I'm only good at formations, so I'll borrow the power of formations to fight again. Bloodblade swept his gaze across the surrounding rulers, including bloody Ruler Nile. His expression remained calm as he chuckled. The protectors from the ancestor mother religion are much weaker in terms of laws and profound mysteries. My arrays should be of some use. Monarch Green, Pang E, Purgatory Ruler, and the others nodded in agreement. Everyone had also vaguely guessed that at this time the most effective and easiest thing to do was to use some powerful arrays. The Bloodblade was his forte, so he could refine it himself. Within the vast palace hall where the ancestor mother religion was located, many sect masters were there, watching the scene in midair. There were two regions on the scene. One was where the protectors were rushing over at high speed, while the other was where the paragons of the cultivator cosmos were discussing with voice transmissions. Previously, when Blood Blade summoned Mysterious North Imperial Empress, Monarch Hex Cricket, and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, what did they arrange? So careful. These sect masters were all paying close attention. Very soon, the fanged religious leader said, Religious leader Nico sent news that Bloodblade should have given some arrays to Monarch Hex Cricket and the other two. Of course, there might be some mistakes in the information. Spell formation? All of them nodded slightly and felt relieved. This was within their expectations. The protectors and venerables of the two great cosmoses were fighting. It was his first battle, so he was a little blind. From the second time onwards, the venerables were no longer the same. They became more cunning, and with the help of the Mysterious North Imperial Empress terrifying array, they launched sneak attacks again and again. Those arrays were personally refined by Bloodblade and were specifically designed to target the weaknesses of the protectors. By relying on the arrays, he could separate them and defeat them one by one. Of course, the ancestor mother religion would retaliate. The three berserk, holy protectors, could use brute force to break through. After all, other than being weaker in the laws and profound mysteries, they were at the ruler level in terms of pure power. It was hard for Mysterious North Imperial Empress to resist against the three holy protectors just by relying on the arrays. But even so, ambushes after ambushes and the variations of the arrays still allowed the cultivators to reap some benefits. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On a tall mountain, a group of paragons were resting here. Dongbu Shuiying sat on a huge rock, looking at Paragon Hua Cheng, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, Purgatory Great Commander, and others. He could not help but sigh. During these 2 days, we have fought more than 100 times. The majority of the paragons on our side have died before. Some have died more than 10 times. Fortunately, they could rely on their true bodies to cultivate back. As for the injuries of their souls being split, they could rely on time acceleration to recover within a short period. Usually, they would maintain a time acceleration of 100 times. But at this crucial moment, everyone did not hesitate to consume large amounts of deity crystals and energy to increase the time acceleration to 10,000 times. That would allow their souls to recover faster. Regarding this, Bloodblade and Abyss Primogenitor had also bestowed large amounts of deity crystals. At this moment, none were stingy. Naturally, there were those who had been living well, like the undying Monarch Hex Cricket, like Water Devil King, White Sovereign King, and Dongbu Shuiying. As for Bitter Cultivator, Purgatory Great Commander, Paragon Huicheng, and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, all of them had died before. For example, Paragon Huo Cheng's true body was imprisoned in the Lake Heart Island's destruction Eden. Currently, as a ruler, Pang Yi had personally gone to the Lake Heart Island. His status in the Army of Destruction was higher than Dongbu Shuiying. He had personally spoken, and Paragon Huicheng had indeed been imprisoned for a long time. That venom-tailed Holy Protector is truly ruthless. Dongbu Shuiying could not help but touch his chest. After so many battles, the only time he was injured was when that venom-tailed woman attacked Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. She suddenly launched a sneak attack without any warning. That tail suddenly appeared in front of Dongbu Shuiying and pierced through Dongbu Shuiying's armor at lightning speed. Fortunately, Dongbu Shuiying's reaction was fast enough. He immediately entered the Mirage World. Within the Mirage World, the venom-tailed woman's might was greatly reduced. Thus, she only managed to injure Dongbu Shuiying. Bitter Cultivator and Purgatory Great Commander had died in the hands of that venom-tailed woman. Her sneak attack was simply too fast. It was too sudden. Furthermore, the power of her venom-tailed tail was frightening. Even Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction did not dare to face it head-on. Bitter cultivator and purgatory great commander might have cultivated the myriad devil true body, but they could not resist against the venom-tailed tail of that woman and lost their lives. Even though we have died many times on our side, we can always refine them back. The deaths on the side of the ancestor mother religion would mean that they have lost a significant portion of their combat power. Shui-Ing could see the hope of victory. Over the past 2 days, they had fought more than 100 battles. There were only 19 protectors from the ancestor mother religion who were still fighting. They were all apex protectors. As for the ordinary protectors, they were kept into their Eden treasures and could no longer participate in the battles. 19 apex protectors. As for the other apex protectors, they were all killed. Under the arrays bestowed by Bloodblade, the protectors were often trapped within the arrays. It was hard for them to support each other. That was how they were gradually killed. Even though the arrays bestowed by Teacher are mystical, the ancestor mother religion has only used 2 treasures that are considered formidable. It seems that they have yet to unleash their true power. Shui-Ing frowned. The protectors of the ancestor mother religion had revealed 2 formidable treasures. One of them was the jade green crystal that the venom-tailed woman took out when the golden-haired monkey was trapped by the array and directly embedded it between her eyebrows. Following that, the venom-tailed woman swung her tail and tore the arrays apart. Her power was terrifying, but that jade green crystal rock had clearly shrunk by a size. She kept the jade green crystal rock and did not use it again. The other treasure belonged to that muscular man who wielded a wooden pole. For the sake of saving more than 10 apex protectors who were about to be wiped out, he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of water, tearing the arrays apart. Just these 2 times, she displayed her terrifying techniques. At other times, even though the apex protectors of the ancestor mother religion would occasionally fall during the prolonged battles, they would rather watch as this happened. They did not use these life-risking techniques. They are waiting. Dongbu Shui-Ing could see this point. So. A huge array illusion appeared in midair. Mysterious North Imperial Empress, Monarch Hex Cricket, and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction appeared. All the paragons looked up. Everyone knew that Mysterious North Imperial Empress and the others had gone to see Bloodblade. Every time they rested after battle, the 3 would go to see Bloodblade. Let's prepare for another operation. Mysterious North Imperial Empress revealed a grin. Clearly, as the number of protectors decreased, everyone saw hope of victory. This time, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was just about to speak when his expression changed. He looked to the distance. Dongbu Shui-Ing, Devil Phoenix, Water Devil King, and the other paragons turned in that direction because a terrifying aura was erupting there. Hurry over. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction's expression changed. He anxiously shouted. Hong. Devil Phoenix borrowed on her domain to envelop all the paragons present. Following that, with a so, she teleported over. Asterisk. Chapter 728. The 19 protectors from the ancestor mother religion were currently flying at high speed in a rainbow light. Of the 3 leading holy protectors, the venom-tailed girl was looking downwards. There seemed to be a pagoda-shaped array revolving in her eyes. Unseen ripples were emitted from her eyes and spread downwards, sweeping across a large region. Wherever they passed, they would be swept away. Protector Qian. The muscular man with a wooden pole transmitted anxiously, "We have been in the primal, chaos-flying ship for 2 days. We have scoured through many regions. Yet we have yet to find the core controlling the ship. And those paragons have relied on the arrays bestowed by Bloodblade to make us suffer. We have lost a lot of our combat power. If this continues, it will be disadvantageous to us." The golden-haired monkey calmly transmitted, "Endure. We do not have many treasures with us. Furthermore, it will be the most dangerous moment when we find the core of the primal chaos-flying ship." "I understand. It's just that we have scoured through more than half the region within the Arcadia flying ship. We have also scoured through the most probable locations. We should have found it by now, yet we have not succeeded after so long. The muscular man with a wooden pole felt anxious. The apex protectors were of great help to the three of them. If not for the group of apex protectors supporting them, just the three of them, Dongbua Shui-ing, White Sovereign King, and Water Devil King might not be able to win if they fought one-on-one. But with a large group of paragons working together and relying on arrays and other techniques, along with Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction and Monarch Hex Cricket, the three holy protectors could only be exhausted to death. Fortunately, they had many companions helping them, but now their advantage was no longer that clear. Who? The venom-tailed girl was still scouring the area. In the distance, there was a chain of towering mountains. As the venom-tailed girl and the other protectors flew above, they looked downwards. The pagoda-shaped array in their eyes revolved, causing an unseen ripple to sweep downwards. It also engulfed many of the mountains. Suddenly, Hong Long, this unseen ripple had triggered something. The entire mountain range began trembling. A terrifying aura surged into the sky and spread out. This aura was grand and cold. When this aura swept across these protectors, every single one of them felt their hearts trembling. They could not help but feel fear. Clearly, the difference in strength was too great. This is it. The venom-tailed girl, the golden-haired monkey, the muscular man with a wooden pole, and the other apex protectors from the ancestor mother religion revealed looks of excitement as they looked down at the continuous mountain range. Who? A group of paragons appeared by the side. They were Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Monarch Hex Cricket, Dongbua Shui-ing, White Sovereign King, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, Purgatory Great Commander, Paragon Huacheng, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, and many others. Their gazes landed on the mountain range below. The entire mountain range was trembling, and the ice-cold aura that surged into the sky had shocked Dongbua Shui-ing and the rest. What an evil aura! When this aura brushed past his body, Dongbua Shui-ing could sense the coldness and evilness within it. He was very powerful. The aura contained a person's will. Just like Pang Yi, he gave off a gentle vibe. For example, Monarch Qing seemed to dominate everything, crush everything, and make everything submit. On the other hand, Dongbua Shui-ing's aura was reserved with a hint of sharpness. He did not have the aggressive, evil aura of those great devils and demons. They discovered the core. The group of religious leaders within the ancestor mother religion were all excited. They revealed looks of anticipation. The primal chaos flying ship was a legendary item. Their hometown cosmos had already aged to the point of collapse, and they had only learned about the primal chaos flying ship from the sacred scriptures. They had never personally seen it before. Hence, they could only use the most foolish method to search for the core of the primal chaos flying ship. Fortunately, they still had some understanding of it. Cultivators like Dongbua Shui-ing and the rest of the cosmos were completely clueless about it. They did not even know the name of the primal chaos flying ship, and had even given it the name Arcadia flying ship. This is... In the starry sky outside the primal chaos flying ship, the 10 rulers saw everything happening within. They were all startled. Even though the cultivators had explored it many times in the past, there had never been such a huge disturbance before. Black North, hurry over. Bloodshed, God Emperor immediately ordered. Very soon, relying on the teleportation array, Mysterious North Imperial Empress arrived at Blood Blade at the fastest speed possible. The surroundings turned blurry once again, preventing the other rulers from seeing clearly. At that moment, the surroundings became clear, and Mysterious North Imperial Empress had already retreated. Bloodblade, what do you plan to do? Bloody Ruler Nile asked. Bloodblade coldly looked into the primal chaos flying ship. What can I do? I'll just do my best to deal with it. He did not speak any further. If he did not have any suspicions, it would be normal for Bloody Ruler to say these words. But now that he had his suspicions, Blood Blade faintly discovered that Bloody Ruler Nile seemed to be too proactive. The crucial moment has arrived. The outcome of this battle will be revealed soon. Primal Master also looked into the primal Chaos flying ship. Who would have thought that the Arcadia flying ship has been in our cultivator cosmos for so long, yet the ancestor mother religion has discovered its uniqueness. In the world within the primal Chaos flying ship, high up in the sky, the protectors and paragons from the ancestor mother religion did not act. They were looking at the trembling mountain range below. The protectors treasured their strength. Their goal was to control this primal Chaos flying ship. Since the cultivators did not act, they were naturally more than happy to do so. And Dongbua Shuang and the rest were not in a rush to act either. They knew that this was the crucial moment, and they did not want any slip-ups. The array illusion flashed and dissipated. Mysterious North Imperial Empress also returned. Hong Long Long, deep underground in the trembling mountain range, an unknown object was gradually rising up. This was a unique object. Other than looking with their eyes, Dongbua Shuang and the rest could not see it with any other methods, including the Mirage World. As it rose up, the surrounding soil and rocks tumbled down, revealing its true appearance. Sculpture. Shui-Ing was stunned. The other paragons and the protectors were startled too. They did not know much about it. What emerged from the depths of the mountain range was a majestic statue. The sculpture was that of a silvery white male wearing violet armor. His body seemed to be made of metal, and his eyes were like two enormous red gems. He did not have any eyebrows, and his eyes seemed calm. But it was this calm gaze that made Dongbua Shui-Ing and the other paragons and protectors feel a chill in their hearts. They could feel that this was an existence that had killed countless people. Even though it was just a sculpture, it was still like a living being, causing them to feel fear. "You guys have finally woken me up." The sculpture revealed a smile as he spoke in an unknown language. But when one's combat power reached this level, language was merely a facade. Shui-Ing and the others could understand the true meaning contained within the language. "I am the seventh sacred son under the ancestor bone throne, Gu Qian Luo." The sculpture's voice boomed across the world. "I am heavily injured. My primal Chaos flying ship can only stop at this cosmos. But you guys are lucky because I need your help." Chapter 729. Dongbua Shui-Ing felt goosebumps in his heart when he heard that. He looked at that huge sculpture that was emitting a sinister and cold aura. He is heavily injured? In other words, he is not dead? This Arcadia flying ship. No, it should be called the Primal Chaos flying ship. This Primal Chaos flying ship has been in our cosmos for 3 epochs. Yet its owner is still alive despite being heavily injured? Even the destruction-reincarnation cycle of the Cosmos epoch could not injure him. Even the Lake Heart Island Master and Ancestor Devil are no longer around. They should have left this cosmos. Yet he is still here? Dongbua Shui-Ing felt his heart surging with waves. The other paragons and the protectors from the Ancestor Mother religion were similarly shocked. This outcome was out of their expectations. The Ancestor Mother religion thought that this primal Chaos flying ship was ownerless, and it would be relatively easier to control it. But now it had an owner. That would be troublesome. With how powerful the primal Chaos flying ship was, if its owner was not willing, the Ancestor Mother religion and the Cultivator Cosmos could not snatch it away. Dongbua Shui-Ing. A voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "Amen." Dongbua Shui-Ing immediately reacted. This was the voice of the black-gored treasure spirit. "Don't be frightened by this fellow. I've investigated him, and he is at the ruler realm." The black-gored treasure spirit sneered. Furthermore, he is heavily injured. He has probably relied on a secret technique. to recover slightly over a long period of time. But I reckon that he will have to continue sleeping soon. Ruler realm? Dongbua Shue'eng let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Fortunately, it was still within the acceptable range of his cultivator cosmos. Looking at the aura and strength of his soul, even if he is in perfect condition, he should only be close to your teacher's blood blade. He should be weaker than your teacher, the black-gored treasure spirit said. Naturally, it is hard to say if he has any powerful external treasures. But even if he does, it is impossible for him to fight with his full strength given how heavily injured he is. That is why he restricted the primal chaos-flying ship to those below the ruler realm. Dongbua Shue'ing was enlightened. No wonder rulers cannot enter. The rulers outside the primal chaos-flying ship were in an uproar. Still alive? How did the owner of this primal chaos-flying ship survive the reincarnation cycle of the cosmos epic? Temporal Island Lord, Empress Qian, he, and the others were extremely shocked. However, the primal master said calmly, "It's very difficult for us to survive the reincarnation of the cosmos epic. This is because this is our hometown. We were born from our hometown universe. So our hometown universe restrains us the most. Furthermore, to resist the annihilation reincarnation of the cosmos epic, it probably has some secret techniques. It's just that we don't know." Yes. Bloodshed, God Emperor nodded. He looked at the sculpture within the primal chaos-flying ship. I can deduce that he should be a ruler, since he has this mysterious primal chaos-flying ship and could survive through the cosmos destruction reincarnation cycle, and is also the so-called seventh sacred son under the ancestor bone throne. I reckon that he should be quite strong. He should be an absolute apex existence amongst rulers, but there's nothing to worry about. Since he is heavily injured and has been hibernating until now, he must be afraid of something. You're right. If his injuries weren't severe, he wouldn't have remained silent for nearly 3 chaos epochs. The bloody ruler, Niles said hurriedly. The others all agreed with him. Within the vast palace hall of the ancestor mother religion, the group of religious leaders were frowning. The situation had undergone a huge change. It's actually an item with an owner. I wonder if our plan will succeed. These religious leaders were slightly worried. They did not have the confidence to fight against the cultivator cosmos rulers head-on. Firstly, the cultivator cosmos rulers were generally stronger than them. Even though they had an advantage in numbers, they would still have the upper hand if they relied on treasures. Secondly, the cultivator cosmos rulers could rapidly refine avatars. One could see from the battle within the primal chaos flying ship that they could continuously refine avatars and exhaust them to death. Since they did not have the confidence to fight head-on, they yearned for this primal chaos-flying ship even more. Since this expert from outside the cosmos is heavily injured and requires help, it's not impossible for us to temporarily use the primal chaos-flying ship. These religious leaders were slightly anxious and longing, because they could not afford to lose. If they lost, their entire race, all of them who had transcended, would perish. The huge sculpture that was emitting a cold and wicked aura had a smile by the edge of its mouth. It looked at the group of paragons and protectors as though it was looking at ants. It continued, "I need your help. Rest assured I won't harm you. By then, I'll make an ancient oath with all of you. The moment we make the oath, you'll understand that it is fair and cannot be violated. We are willing to provide our help." The golden-haired monkey transmitted, "But we need to temporarily borrow your primal chaos-flying ship. There's no need for us to refine it. We just need to temporarily use it." The huge sculpture glanced at the golden-haired monkey. "We are willing to help you, but we have to know what you need us to do first. Furthermore, you must not help the group of ancestor mother religion protectors." Monarch Hex Cricket also transmitted. Both parties made the same decision without prior consultation. No matter what, they had to agree first. After all, They had yet to make the oath. They had to take the initiative first. Ha ha ha, I've been to many cosmos. My cultivation system is far stronger than yours. The huge sculpture casually pointed. At that moment, a transparent water droplet appeared and landed on the body of Leaf Saint. Dongbua Shuang and the rest looked at Leaf Saint. Leaf Saint himself was startled, but he soon revealed a look of pain. That transparent water droplet gradually fused into the skin and bones of his arm. Very soon, Leaf Saint revealed a look of joy. He lowered his head to look at his right arm. His arm had already been covered with a silver armor. A terrifying energy was currently hidden within the silver armor. He could control it with a single thought. Hung! Leaf Saint waved his hand in all directions, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This caused the expressions of the protectors to change. This was because the strength of this Leaf Saint was rapidly rising, and he was already comparable to the ordinary protectors of the Ancestor Mother Religion. One had to know, the Ancestor Mother Religion was most proud of their strength. Currently, Leaf Saint's strength had risen to the level of an ordinary protector. In addition to his advantage in the laws and profound mysteries, he could even fight against the apex protectors. Just like that, his strength rose. The paragons present, including Dongbua Shuang, were speechless. It was not easy for them to obtain the myriad devil true body. Yet this Leaf Saint had just fused a unique water droplet into his arm to form a protective armor, and his combat power had soared. Even though it could not compare to the myriad devil true body, it was already stronger than the 5th level of Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body and the 5th volume of Luminous Sunday. I've said it before, my cultivation system is much stronger than yours. The huge sculpture chuckled. Since you guys have helped me, I'll help you guys too. By then, it won't just be a casual drop. By then, there will be a huge tub of this liquid for you guys to soak in, allowing you guys to form a complete protective armor. That will be much stronger than what you have now. This is just one of the benefits. If you guys help me, I won't mistreat my friends. Dongbua Shuang and the rest were speechless. But I only need one person to help me. The huge sculpture swept his gaze across the group of paragons and protectors. I'm very vexed. Who should I choose? How about this? The huge sculpture laughed even more brilliantly. I can see that those with weaker bodies should be the natives of this cosmos. The laws and profound mysteries you guys cultivate are the same as when I first arrived, and those from the Ancestor Mother Religion should be cultivating the so-called Ancestor Mother cultivation system. The protectors of the Ancestor Mother Religion were greatly alarmed. Dongbua Snow Eagle and the rest were listening attentively. They did not know much about the Ancestor Mother Religion. The Ancestor Mother cultivation system requires one to erect the Ancestor Mother altar and change the entire cosmos, turning it into the Ancestor Mother cosmos. The moment the cosmos changes, the countless ordinary life forms in this cosmos will not be able to adapt to the new cosmos. They will all go extinct. Even the apex cultivators, world deities, and true gods might have stronger survivability, but the Ancestor Mother cosmos will reject them. They will either worship the Ancestor Mother or be expelled. Your two races can't coexist. The huge sculpture chuckled. Since that's the case, let's continue killing. When there's only one brat left in the primal chaos flying ship, he will be my helper. Erect the Ancestor Mother altar. Dongbua Shuang and the other paragons, as well as Bloodblade and the other rulers outside, were greatly alarmed. Only now did they understand what the Ancestor Mother Religion was planning. So that's the case. Bloodblade understood. He felt a wave of lingering fear. Today's 1 chapter, tomorrow's 3 chapters. Chapter 730. Bloodblade and the other rulers were vaguely grateful to this mysterious Gu Qian Luo. If not for Gu Qian Luo, they would still be clueless as to what the Ancestor Mother Religion was plotting, even though they knew they were up to no good. But now they were clear. The Ancestor Mother cultivation system and the Ancestor Mother sacrificial altar are planning to change the entire cosmos? They are planning to wipe out all sentient beings in our cosmos. We have yet to take the final step. We will die if we are forced to leave. Blood Blade, Primal Master, and the others were filled with overflowing killing intent. It was 10 to 100 times denser than before. Unknowingly, they no longer had a path of retreat. Everything was forced by the Ancestor Mother religion. Ah, damn. Within the vast palace hall of the Ancestor Mother religion, the fanged religious leader and the other religious leaders had a slight change in expression. They were hidden in the dark, and the cultivators did not understand much about them. But now that Gu Qianluo had pointed it out, the cultivators would definitely risk their lives against them. Protector Qian, all of you must control this primal chaos flying ship at all costs. Currently, we have no path of retreat, and the cultivators will definitely fight us to the death. Without the primal chaos flying ship, our chances of victory will be very low. The fanged religious leader transmitted. With the primal chaos flying ship, they would be 100 times more confident. But without it, they would feel uncertain in their hearts. Within the primal chaos flying ship, in midair, Dongbua Shueing, Monarch Hex Cricket, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, and the other paragons received a transmission from Bloodblade. If not for this Gu Qianluo, we would not know that the Ancestor Mother religion has such a plan. They are planning to wipe out all sentient beings in our cosmos. This war will determine the survival of all cultivators and even the weaker mortals. This primal chaos-flying ship must not land in the hands of the Ancestor Mother religion. Dongbua Shueing and the others were also looking at that enormous sculpture below. The sculpture, Gu Qianluo laughed. It was a sinister laugh. He said it so that both parties would kill even more crazily. His voice reverberated across the entire Eden world. Kill, kill! The weak shall die and the strong shall live. Only the last one of you who survives is qualified to be my opponent. Lord Gu Qianluo. At another location, the golden-haired monkey, the leader of the protectors, said, Amongst us and these paragons, there are some who specialize in survival. It will be hard for us to kill until only one remains. Gu Qianluo raised his head and looked at the golden-haired ape in the distance. He grinned and said, What you said makes sense. I can see that those hook-tailed women beside you have extremely strong defense. Cultivators have green light on their bodies, so it will be very difficult for you to kill them. Venomous-tailed lady. Dongbua Shueing and the others were startled, but they quickly reacted. Gu Qianluo was talking about one of the 3 holy protectors, the venom-tailed woman. Her defense was extremely strong. For Gu Qianluo to praise him as extremely strong, just how strong was he? And the protectors from the Ancestor Mother religion were furious. Why was this primal chaos-flying shipmaster, Gu Qianluo, exposing their secrets time and time again? In order not to stall for time. That's it. Gu Qianluo lowered his head and looked ahead. Those blood-colored, gem-like eyes of his shot-out light, forming a region covered in a faint red light. It was about 100 meters in diameter. No matter who among you, if you can stay in this region for more than 10 breaths of time, you will be my chosen helper. Gu Qianluo said, All right, stop delaying for time. Let's begin. The moment he finished speaking. So. The protectors of the Ancestor Mother religion charged down towards that region covered in red light. However, the venerable cultivators teleported with the help of the demon phoenix and entered the area of the red light out of thin air. Even though it was just 100 meters, it was sufficient to accommodate them. Kill! The eyes of the golden-haired monkey were filled with killing intent. He brought the other protectors and charged over. Hong Long Long, the paragons and the protectors of the Ancestor Mother religion immediately began fighting. Mysterious North Imperial Empress was also activating her array. Monarch Hex Cricket was also defending against the three holy protectors. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was also doing his best. Dongbu Shueing, White Sovereign King, Water Devil King, Purgatory Great Commander, Bitter Cultivator, Paragon Huocheng, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, and others were fighting with their lives on the line. Even that Leaf Saint who had gotten a powerful arm protector was fighting against the apex protectors of the ancestor Mother Religion. They were all doing their best. Die for me! As the golden-haired ape roared, golden light suddenly shot out of its eyes. The two beams of golden light were like two sharp weapons that pierced through the venerables. Because it was too sudden, 5 venerables were swept by it and their bodies were cut. Fortunately, Dongbu Shueing relied on the Mirage World to teleport by the side of the golden-haired monkey. The blood serpent spear in his hand had already reached the eyes of the golden-haired monkey, interrupting his attack. The golden-haired monkey closed his eyes and did not care about anything else. He sent out a huge palm. This palm came sweeping over with a heaven-shaking power. Dongbu Shueing was not willing to face it head-on. He immediately teleported away. The other party's attack was too powerful. If he was brushed by it, he would be sent flying, and this was even when he was hiding in the Mirage World. If he did not hide in the Mirage World, he might be slapped to death. But for him to suddenly act and affect the Holy Protectors, it was clear how strong Dongbu Shueing was. After all, only he, White Sovereign King and Water Devil King, dared to do so. Naturally, Hex Cricket and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction were fighting against the Holy Protectors. The battle was extremely bitter. The ancestor Mother Religion was going all out. They wanted to win in the shortest time possible. Hence, the golden-haired monkey and the other 2 Holy Protectors took out their treasures. The golden-haired monkey's eyes would occasionally emit a golden light. It was powerful and sharp, sweeping everything in its path. The venom-tailed girl also took out a jade green crystal and embedded it between her eyebrows. When she attacked, she would occasionally reveal a powerful attack that heavily injured even Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. That muscular man with a wooden pole would occasionally spit out a terrifying stream of water. This stream of water was incredibly heavy. Even Monarch Hex Cricket was sent flying by it. He could not help Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction at all, causing the heavily injured Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction to be killed once again. Just 3 breaths of time later, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was killed. Naturally, the true body of Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was outside the primal Chaos flying ship. He believed that an avatar would rush back soon, but cultivating avatars required time. The ancestor Mother Religion was fighting for every single bit of time they had. They were clear that they could not afford to waste it. The longer they spent, the more avatars the paragons could refine, allowing them to continue risking their lives. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction could not defend against the 3 Holy Protectors at all. Do we not have any powerful treasures? Dongbu Shueing was anxious too. He had relied on the Mirage World to teleport time and time again, trying his best to put out the fires. He was also trying his best to help Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. But now, the 3 Holy Protectors were relying on treasures that were stronger than Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. How could they help? Even Monarch Hex Cricket was sent flying. Do we only have the rays of mysterious North Imperial Empress? Shueing was anxious. Because of the treasures bestowed by Bloodshed God Emperor, the arrays of mysterious North Imperial Empress were formidable. During the previous 2 days, the cultivators were able to gain the upper hand. But now, the 3 Holy Protectors did not hesitate to use their treasures, causing their strength to soar. The cultivators had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Actually, Shueing understood that in the battle between 2 large groups of paragons, the treasures that could allow the paragons to unleash the combat power of a ruler would have to be able to reverse the situation. How rare and precious were these treasures? The ancestor Mother Religion did not have any path of retreat. They did not care about anything else to prepare these 3 treasures for the holy protectors. The cultivator cosmos did not have any treasures that could allow the paragons to become so powerful. Chapter 731. Both sides were frantic and bitter in their fight. It was clear that the ancestor mother religion side wanted to ensure that they could maintain within the red light region for 10 breaths of time before winning, and they were mainly protecting the venom-tailed girl. One could see that venom-tailed girl floating within the red light region. Her cold gaze swept across her surroundings. Her venom-tailed tail was still sneaking attacks time and time again. She had been standing within the red light region for more than 3 breaths of time, and nobody could move her position. Who? The blood serpent spear appeared from nothingness, stabbing towards the back of the venom-tailed girl. The venom-tailed girl did not evade at all. Instead, she faced this ferocious strike head-on. The spearhead was infused with Tao of Slaughter aura and the myriad devil true body as it pierced into her back. Pang! The venom-tailed girl merely staggered 3 steps forward before dissipating the impact. As for her injuries, not even her skin was broken. Dongbua Shuang was faintly discernible from nothingness. His eyes were filled with anxiety. The defenses of this holy protector girl are too strong. I can't injure her at all. The other 2 protectors don't dare to face me head-on, but she dares. Her body is very formidable as well. She merely staggered 3 steps before dissipating the impact of my full-powered strike. There were few paragons with stronger offensive power than him. Purgatory, great commander and bitter cultivator might have more ferocious offensive power, but their survivability was too weak. If they dared to get close, the 3 holy protectors could easily kill them. Water Devil King and White Sovereign King were slightly weaker in terms of strength. Monarch Hex Cricket was also weaker. The only strong Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction had already been killed by the 3 holy protectors. We will win for sure. The venom-tailed girl's eyes were cold as she stood within the red light region. The golden-haired monkey and the muscular man with a wooden pole were helping their companions. Naturally, even though the 3 of them were within the red light region, they were still attacking the paragons with their venom-tailed tails. The golden-haired monkey was also waving his palm time after time. The muscular man with a wooden pole was also waving his wooden pole. They were completely suppressed. Kill! Water Devil King, Dongbua Shuang, and White Sovereign King were still charging forward. Even though they were slightly mad, they were powerless. Are we going to lose just like that? Dongbua Shuang and the others looked at the 3 holy protectors and the other top-notch protectors who were also fighting with their lives on the line. They had already lost more than half of their forces, and there was no hope of victory. As time passed, the cultivators became more and more anxious. You can't win. Finally, there was an angry shout. When the venom-tailed woman was in the red light for a full 6 breaths of time, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, with the help of the mysterious North Imperial Mistress, teleported out once again. The Heavenly Monarch of Great Destruction let out a furious roar as his entire body turned into a black, muddy river. Even his life, force, and karma disappeared as he turned into a black, muddy river that surged towards the venom-tailed woman. The golden-haired monkey and the muscular man were shocked. Since when did the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction have such a move? Is this the secret of his immortality? The golden-haired monkey and the other 2 guessed. You should know. Amongst the paragons, there were those that were ranked at the top. For example, Monarch Green, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Hex Cricket, White Sovereign King, Water Devil King, and many others. All of them had the ability to survive in front of rulers, unlike Monarch Green, Hex Cricket, and the others who had comprehended their own Daos. The reason why the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was able to survive was because his true body had always been a mystery. The moment his true body was hidden, no one would be able to find it. Therefore, his true body had always been hidden, and he had only sent his avatars out to battle. The reason why his true body could be hidden was because he had once entered a cosmos filled with death. There, he had obtained a strange treasure. Using it, he could merge his body with the treasure. Turning into black mud, his aura and karma would disappear. Furthermore, the survival capabilities of the Black Muddy River were extremely strong. This was the reason why he, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, had never submitted to any ruler. This time, there was no path of retreat. At the very last moment, he had finally sent his avatar to bring the most important treasure in. Kill. The golden-haired monkey's eyes shone with golden light. He could only use this move a few more times, but he couldn't care less. Who? The muscular man spat out a heavy stream of water from his mouth, blasting against the black muddy river. The venom-tailed woman stood in midair. She wasn't in a hurry to act because the jade-green crystal in her forehead was already very small. No matter how they attacked, the black muddy river continued to surge. The two golden lights pierced through the black muddy river, but the black muddy river was still surging. The heavy stream of water struck against the black muddy river, causing a portion of the black muddy river to scatter in all directions. However, very quickly it converged again. In an instant, the black muddy river arrived in front of the venom-tailed woman with an unstoppable force. Countless black muddy river instantly turned into a black figure. It was the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. The Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction brandished the long rod in his hand. His rod arts were profound, and even though the venom-tailed woman tried her best to defend, she was still struck on the chest by the rod. Her body was forced back by the impact. The attack of the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was much more violent and ferocious than Dongbushwang. At this moment, the jade-green crystal in the forehead of the venom-tailed woman lit up. She tried her best to stop. At the same time, her venom-tailed tail wrapped around the golden-haired monkey not far away. The golden-haired monkey extended his hand to grab onto that venom-tailed woman's tail. Only by relying on this force did the venom-tailed woman stop. Pum! It was another unpredictable rod strike. Even though the golden-haired monkey and the muscular man with a wooden pole were doing their best to defend against it, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, who could turn into a black muddy river, was unstoppable. He once again struck the venom-tailed woman, forcing her out of the red light region. We can't win if we don't kill him. The venom-tailed woman's voice was sharp. The golden-haired monkey, the muscular man with a wooden pole, and the other protectors of the ancestor mother religion were all anxious. Kill him. An order was given. They were the religious leaders who had been watching the battle. The venom-tailed woman no longer hesitated. She flipped her hand, causing a strange shuttle-shaped weapon to appear in front of her. This shuttle-shaped weapon had many complex patterns on it, and it was emitting a dark, destructive aura. The venom-tailed woman grabbed onto this huge, shuttle-shaped weapon in a frenzy. An unseen power had already enveloped Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction in front of her. The moment it enveloped him, the surrounding world would be sealed. Dongbua Shue-ing, Devil Phoenix, and the others revealed looks of anxiety. They could sense that the Great Destruction Land could not be teleported in that region. Retreat. Monarch Hex Cricket had always been following Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. At this moment, he roared and rushed in front of Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction immediately dispersed his body, turning into a black muddy river as he tried his best to escape in all directions. It's useless. The venom-tailed woman's eyes were cold. Hong, the shuttle-shaped weapon, abruptly emitted countless violet light spots. These violet light spots turned into a vast violet light pillar that bombarded the body of Monarch Hex Cricket. Even though Monarch Hex Cricket's body was tough and filled with endless life force, it was still rapidly dissipating at this moment. He sighed inwardly. That time in the sixth heavenly wheel, his soul was destroyed by this weapon. Fortunately, he had comprehended a Tao, allowing him to survive. Hong, hong, hong. The violet light pillar once again bombarded the escaping black, muddy river. These violet light pillars seemed to have spirituality as they scattered and wrapped around every single black, muddy river. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction's face could be vaguely seen amidst the black, muddy river. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction sighed inwardly. He knew that, the moment he used this unique treasure, his ability to survive would greatly increase. But in the past, monarch Hex Cricket had been exterminated by the ancestor Mother Religion. Could he survive by relying on this unique treasure? For the survival of his race, he brought this unique treasure with him to battle. Indeed, I can't hold on. I knew it would be like this. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction sighed inwardly. Countless black muddy rivers were being engulfed by the violet light pillars. The second watch. There was still a third watch today. It was agreed upon yesterday. Asterisk. Chapter 732. Although the Emperor of Great Destruction had turned into black mud, he was still engulfed and annihilated by the purple light pillars. In the end, all that was left was a palm-sized black beast statue. The venom-tailed woman's tail turned into a stream of light and instantly wrapped around the statue. Only then did the purple light pillars slowly dissipate. Dongbua Shueing and the others fled far away, watching everything silently. It is said that it is difficult to find the true body of the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. He must have relied on that treasure. Dongbua Shueing mumbled to himself. After turning into a pile of black mud, his aura and karma would disappear. Not only that, his survivability would be boosted tremendously. This was indeed a valuable treasure. It was a pity that terrifying shuttle-shaped weapon was indeed too powerful. It was able to destroy Monarch Hex Cricket's undying body. At the same time, it also destroyed Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction's black mud body. Even his unique treasure was taken away. Is there really no other way? Dongbua Shueing was not willing to see that happen. Artifact Spirit, if I were to use the Black Gourd, would the owner of this primal chaos flying ship, Guqian Luo, suffer from any mishaps? Dongbua Shueing asked. You don't have to worry about this. Firstly, this Guqian Luo's injuries are indeed extremely severe. Once he has chosen his helper, I believe that he will quickly fall back into a deep slumber. Secondly, what kind of existence was the Void Walker? The protective treasure that he refined for his descendants was extremely secretive. Unless he met an existence on the same level as the Void Walker. Otherwise, a mere ruler rank Guqian Luo would definitely not be able to discover the true secret of the Black Gourd. He would only think that it was a powerful treasure similar to the shuttle-shaped treasure, and he wouldn't care too much about it. In fact, even if he tried to snatch it, he wouldn't be able to. I can easily return to the world where your disciple, little Chongqi, is. However, I have to remind you that you haven't refined the Black Gourd yet. Using it once will severely injure you. You can only use it once. You must find the right opportunity. The price of failure is very, very high, the artifact spirit reminded. Dongbua Shueing understood this as well. I will find a suitable opportunity. Dongbua Shueing replied. Help me keep a lookout as well, because there was only one chance. He had to be cautious. In the starry sky outside the primal chaos flying ship, the 10 sovereigns watched from afar. Bloody ruler Niles said in a low tone, Great Destruction has always kept it a secret. The treasure that could conceal his true body should be that strange treasure. It's a pity that he still died after using it. Even that treasure has landed in the hands of the ancestor, Mother Religion. The ancestor Mother Religion has also used that terrifying weapon. Primal Master said. Bloodblade watched silently. His eyes were very sharp. One could see that the forging of the shuttle-shaped weapon was extremely complex and mysterious. It also had high energy requirements. Under normal circumstances, it would require a Dominator rank to inject energy into it. Those protectors from the ancestor mother religion should not have enough energy in their bodies because that venom-tailed girl did not infuse any of her energy during the previous battle. Furthermore, this treasure had always been hidden and hadn't been used. Even after so many top-notch protectors had died, he still hadn't used it. When the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction blasted him out of the red light zone, he had no other choice but to use it. Obviously, after using it once, it would be troublesome to store it again. Since I've used it once, I probably won't be able to use it again within a short period of time. Bloodblade thought, furthermore, Great Destruction has used his full strength and can no longer obstruct them. I can only use my final move. Victory or defeat, it will depend on fate. Bloodblade thought. He then transmitted an order. Mysterious North, do it. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. When Mysterious North Imperial Empress heard the order, she immediately held her breath. She knew that this was the most crucial moment. Devil Phoenix, Bamboo Mountain, Hua Chung, Ripple Lady Planet Master, Brother Chung, E. Mysterious North Imperial Empress immediately transmitted to the other 8 paragons. And when Devil Phoenix, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, Paragon Hua Chung, Ripple Lady Planet Master, and the other paragons heard the transmission, they understood what was about to happen. They were already prepared for it. Who? With the help of Devil Phoenix, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, and a total of 9 paragons immediately gathered together. Furthermore, a huge circular stone plate appeared beneath their feet. This stone plate was covered with incomparably complicated patterns. Mysterious North Imperial Empress was at the center, and the other 8 paragons were scattered around the 8 directions of the circular stone plate. They had long obtained the array of this circular stone plate and had deduced it in the dark under the 10,000 times faster time flow. The 9 of them were either apex paragons or those who specialize in arrays, and they were all personally appointed by Bloodshed, God Emperor. This is the 3 holy protectors and other protectors from the ancestor mother religion who had already returned to the red light region noticed this scene. In the distant sky, Mysterious North Imperial Empress and the other paragons stood in midair. The numerous patterns on the circular stone plate beneath their feet lit up. Golden patterns appeared in the void. The patterns were constantly fusing together, forming a huge black maelstrom. Mysterious North Imperial Empress and the other 9 paragons stood on the stone plate. They were at the core of the entire black maelstrom. The black maelstrom was grand. It covered a vast area, and its power caused the expressions of the protectors to change. Wow! He teleported. The huge black maelstrom appeared within the red light zone. It completely enveloped the surrounding 500 kilometers. The 3 holy protectors and the other protectors were all within this maelstrom. The protectors could feel the terrifying tearing force of the maelstrom acting on their bodies. Some of the apex protectors felt their skin gradually tearing apart, causing their expressions to change. The black maelstrom was cold and emotionless. The circular stone plate at the core was emitting an ancient aura. This was a treasure that Primal Master had, but Bloodblade had once studied it and comprehended a slightly more unique array. As long as this array was slightly modified, it could be controlled by 9 paragons. What if it was controlled by just 1? The requirement for one's realm was too high. It was hard for paragons to do it. At the very least, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, who had the highest realm and array, could not do it alone. Once the 9 paragons activated it, its power would be displayed. This was the most ruthless move that Bloodblade could execute. He had no choice since the foundation of the cultivator cosmos was weak. The apex protectors were trying to escape, but the power of the black maelstrom was too great. Their bodies were gradually being torn apart, and they could not escape from this tearing force. Die. Mysterious North Imperial Empress was cold. She was controlling this black maelstrom. Damn. I can't use that supreme treasure to deal with Heavenly Emperor of great destruction for a short period. The venom-tailed girl and the other two holy protectors were anxious. They were doing their best to struggle, yet to no avail. The bodies of the apex protectors were being torn apart. Their bones were breaking. All of them revealed looks of anxiety and unwillingness. Protector Qian, you must win. We must win. For the sake of our entire race, we must win. Kill all these cultivators. Kill them all. Let this place become our cosmos. The apex protectors were roaring. They were not afraid of death. They were only afraid of failure. Because if they could not get the primal chaos flying ship, the chances of winning the war would be very low. Amidst the roars, the bodies of the apex protectors were being torn apart. The golden-haired monkey wanted to keep his companions into his Eden treasure, but the space engulfed by the black maelstrom was being torn apart. Under this terrifying power, the Eden treasure could not absorb anything from the outside world. We are about to win. Dongbua Shueing and the others were watching excitedly. The apex protectors were dying one after another. Injuries were gradually appearing on the bodies of the three holy protectors, the golden-haired monkey and the muscular man with a wooden pole. Only the venom-tailed girl was unharmed, but she could not escape from the power of the black maelstrom with her current strength. Kill them all. If there is only one holy protector left, it will be much easier for us paragons to kill him. Dongbua Shueing and the others were looking forward to it. At the core of the black maelstrom, on the stone plate, mysterious North Imperial Empress and the other 9 paragons were controlling it. We must win. Our clansmen have to survive too. We cannot lose. The roars of the apex protectors could be heard coming from below. This roar reverberated by their ears. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master listened to this voice. He looked at the figures below. They were all familiar figures. Ancestor Mother? Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master thought. Deep within his memories, there was a beautiful memory. He lived with his parents, younger brother and younger sister. He became the hero of his nation, becoming stronger and stronger. He was a cold and powerful warrior. Over the long years, he stood at the peak of that cosmos. He was one of the apex protectors of the ancestor mother religion. Nevertheless, his hometown cosmos had entered its final stage of collapse. For the sake of survival, they followed this stable cosmos passage and arrived here. He did not care about the dangers and chose to reincarnate. After reincarnating, he lived a peaceful life in the mortal world of the material realm. He had his parents and loved ones, a teacher and senior disciple brothers. He also had brothers of life and death. He gradually grew up. He comprehended the law of the world. Because he had awakened his memories after becoming a deity, he had the memories of his previous life as a protector. His cultivation angle was even more unique. He had opened his Tao when he was a stage 4 world deity. He had never contacted the ancestor, mother religion. Over the long years of cultivation, he felt that he was part of this cultivator cosmos. Blood Blade treated him well. He did his best to help him break through to the ruler realm. Dongbua Shueing, Pengyi, and the others treated him sincerely too. He also had many good friends from Forefather Fierce Tyrant. His Majesty, Pengyi Fierce Tyrant Dongbua, I do not have many friends. I am afraid of making friends, because I am afraid that this day will come. I wish that I am part of this cosmos, but I am ultimately I belong to the ancestor mother religion cosmos. If I have to make a choice, I can only choose the hometown where I was born and raised. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's eyes were faintly sparkling, but it evaporated in an instant. He extended his right hand. His palm was like a blade as it pierced into the body of Ripple Lady Planet Master. Ripple Lady Planet Master, who had always been focused on refining, had an ordinary body. She could not resist this strike from Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Her chest was directly pierced through. Ripple Lady Planet Lord turned to look at Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master in shock. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master looked at her, calmly looking at her. The destructive lightning in his palm directly shattered Ripple Lady Planet Lord's body. Her body turned into ashes in front of Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chapter 733. In the starry sky outside the primal chaos flying ship, Bloodblade was originally filled with expectations. He had already seen hope. He was even saying, "Fortunately, great destruction did not hesitate to force them to use that weapon. Now we have indeed one." Just as he said that, his expression turned pale. He looked in disbelief at what was happening within the primal chaos flying ship. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's right hand had mercilessly pierced through Ripple Lady Planet Master's chest. Ripple Lady Planet Master's body had turned into ashes under the destructive lightning. "Damn!" Bloodshed God Emperor let out a furious roar. "Traitor!" Primal Master's face had turned red, and his body was trembling. At the same moment, within the territory of Bloodshed God Palace, Violet Bamboo Sea. This was where Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master cultivated. Within the Violet Bamboo Sea, countless bamboos were moving along with the wind. A violet-robed male was currently standing with his hands behind his back, watching this Violet Bamboo Sea silently. His long and narrow eyes were calm. A terrifying aura descended. The violet-robed male, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, turned around. He saw a crimson-robed figure that resembled a blood cloud. Bloodblade. Bloodblade's eyes were currently filled with killing intent that caused the entire world to change color. He was emitting a terrifying and ruthless aura that was beyond that of the mysterious master of the primal chaos flying ship, Gu Qianluo. His killing intent had already engulfed the entire Violet Bamboo Sea. Even Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master could not help but feel his heart trembling under this killing intent. "Your Majesty," Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master said, "the 9 paragons controlling the arrays were all appointed by me. I truly did not expect. Bloodblade's voice was filled with rage and hatred. He hated the traitor in front of him and hated himself. "I have let down, Your Majesty. I have let down," Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master said. "Die!" Bloodblade furiously roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent that was as sharp as a blade. Following his angry roar, Yi Futian's expression changed. Hong. An unseen energy erupted. The entire Violet Bamboo Sea trembled. Following that, it completely disintegrated. Even Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, who was originally standing in the Violet Bamboo Sea, had his body completely disintegrated. At that moment, everything within a range of 1 trillion kilometers was disintegrated and annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to atone for your sins. The Bloodblade's formless killing intent continued to spread out, filling the area for billions of kilometers. "You betrayed your entire race. I've misjudged you. I'm really blind." Outside, Bloodblade was enraged. His true body within the Bloodshed God Palace immediately went to kill the body of Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Within the inner world of the Chaos Flying Ship, the venerables on the side of the cultivators were also stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was a war between 2 races in the universe. Both sides had no way out. The moment the ancestor mother religion erected their sacrificial altar, countless mortals and sentient beings would be exterminated. Even powerful experts would be expelled out of this cosmos. They would not be able to survive. Even the evil venerables of the Dark Abyss had never thought of betrayal. Bamboo Mountain. Mysterious North Imperial Empress, Paragon Huicheng, Water Devil King, Purgatory Great Commander, and the rest let out angry roars. Bamboo Mountain. Dongbo Shui Ing also roared out. His eyes were filled with disbelief. even though he was slightly suspicious of bloody ruler Nile's combat power through the Black Gourd. He trusted Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. He would never have thought that this usually proud and aloof male would rely on the ancestor mother religion and become a traitor. He and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master were the only two stage for world deities in this cosmos epic who had opened a Tao. The two had always had a good relationship. Amongst the paragons, those who could be considered friends were Paragon Huicheng, followed by Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Ha ha ha! The protectors of the ancestor mother religion, who were originally in the dark maelstrom. The three holy protectors and the remaining 5 apex protectors who had powerful bodies revealed looks of joy. The golden-haired monkey even laughed out loud. Because of the betrayal and death of the 9 paragons controlling the array, this complex array immediately dissipated. The injuries of the 5 apex protectors were rapidly healing. Who? The dark green crystal on the venom-tailed lady's glabella suddenly lit up. Her tail flashed and was already hundreds of miles away, coiling around the ancient circular stone plate. At the same time, the tip of her tail pierced into the bodies of the 2 supremacies controlling the array. The demon phoenix, Supremacy, finally reacted. With a thought, she brought the other supremacies and quickly teleported away. The sneak attack of the venom-tailed girl was too fast. That time her sneak attack had injured Donghua Shuang and caused the deaths of Purgatory Great Commander and Bitter Cultivator, and those were ordinary sneak attacks. Now that she activated the jade green crystal on her glabella, her speed was much faster. Ha ha ha! Even though the jade green crystal on her glabella was completely consumed, the venom-tailed girl still laughed. Her tail had already coiled around the circular stone plate and brought it in front of her. With a thought, she kept it into her Eden treasure. Devil Phoenix, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, and a total of 5 paragons appeared by the side of Donghua Shuang and Water Devil King. It's me. I was slightly startled just now, allowing the ancestor mother religion to snatch away the array stone plate. Devil Phoenix's expression was ugly. We can't blame you. Bamboo Mountain's betrayal has shocked us all. That female protector from the ancestor mother religion's sneak attack was too fast. Mysterious North Imperial Empress said, and even if it wasn't snatched away, we can't find another paragon to replace Bamboo Mountain in a short period. This array was extremely complex. It required 9 paragons who had a deep understanding of arrays to use their full strength to activate it. They had all comprehended it for a long time. Now, the ancestor mother religion only needed 10 breaths of time to obtain victory. How could a new paragon comprehend the array in 10 breaths of time? They have always been within the red light region. We're only left with 5 breaths of time. Water Devil King coldly said, 5 breaths of time. Donghua Shuang and the others looked to the distance. Their gazes landed on Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, who was standing desolately in midair. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master directly landed among the protectors of the ancestor mother religion. Second Sister Chan, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, said, Old Brother Qian, Brother Kuei. You are the golden-haired monkey, the venom-tailed girl, and the muscular man with a pole looked at Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master with surprise. They did not doubt him, since they would have been defeated if not for him. Furthermore, this familiar greeting made them have some guesses. The golden-haired monkey shouted out, Second Plum? It's me. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master nodded. Protector Plum. It's Protector Plum. The other protectors revealed a grin. Who would have thought that Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master is a protector of the ancestor mother religion? The distant paragon, Huicheng, could no longer suppress his fiery temper. He roared out. The Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master turned his head and looked at the group of supremacies. They were all supremacies that he was very familiar with. He had toasted with some of them and had a deep friendship with them. At this moment, all of them were looking at him with anger and hatred. Right? I am a protector of the ancestor mother religion. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master nodded. I came from the ancestor mother religion, Cosmos. If my clansmen want to live, I have to act. Ha ha ha. Paragon Huicheng guffawed. His laughter was maniacal and savage. You are from the ancestor mother religion, Cosmos, and your clansmen want to live? Don't tell me we cultivators don't want to live. You, Bamboo Mountain, have cultivated here and received guidance from us cultivators. Now you are making a false accusation. You say your clansmen want to live? Unless your clansmen want to live, can you exterminate the entire cultivator race with a clear conscience? Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master remained expressionless. Yes, I have let you all down, but I have to make a decision. Let you down? Is there any use in saying that? Purgatory Great Commander coldly said, If you say you are sorry, do you think that the countless beings that will die will be revived? Move. Following a furious roar from mysterious North Imperial Empress, all the paragons charged over. Chapter 734. Bamboo Mountain, prepare to die for me. Paragon Huicheng transformed into a dazzling flame streamer and charged straight at Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's expression turned cold. He was a paragon after all. Even though he was hesitant when making his decision, deep in his heart he was still biased towards the ancestor mother religion. Since he had made his decision, he would not regret it. He was a member of the ancestor mother religion. As for the cultivator Cosmos, they were his enemies. With just you, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master faced him coldly. Protect Guardian Plum. This is Guardian Plum's last body. He hasn't returned to our hometown ever since he reincarnated to hide his identity, so he doesn't have a powerful body. The golden-haired monkey transmitted to his comrades. The cultivation system of the ancestor mother religion had a high requirement on resources and environment. Even though Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master knew of the cultivation system of the ancestor mother religion and had access to resources, he had never been to the ancestor mother religion Cosmos after reincarnating. Hence, his body could not compare with these protectors. Don't worry. Guardian Plum has made a great contribution. The protectors were all excited. Kill. Dongbua Shueing, Water Devil King, Purgatory Great Commander, and the rest were in a frenzy as they fought with all their might. As for the mysterious North Imperial Empress, she was also using her array to assist. Rumble, the two sides fought fiercely. However, the situation on the battlefield was very clear. The cultivators were at an absolute disadvantage, because the cultivators had lost too much of their top combat power. Silent Destruction had been killed before, and now he hadn't cultivated a new clone to rush over. Monarch Hex Cricket had been killed previously, and his new body had yet to appear. On top of that, the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master had defected to the other party. While the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master had lost a top-notch venerable, the other party had gained a top-notch venerable. Therefore, there was a huge gap between the two sides in terms of top-notch combat power. The other side had a total of 3 holy protectors. Pung! The Purgatory Great Commander's body was directly torn apart by the golden-haired monkey. The bitter cultivator's chest was once again pierced by the venom-tailed woman's stealthy tail. Paragon Huicheng was also killed by the venom-tailed woman, although Dongbua Shueing and the others were fighting with all their might, but other than him, the Water Devil King and the White Sovereign King, the others were all killed. The 3 holy guardians were simply crushing them. As for ordinary venerable ones, there was no need to even mention them. Even if I lose, I have to kill a few more of them. The paragons were still roaring before their deaths. They were all unreconciled. They had lost this time, and victory was right in front of them. Who would have thought that the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, who had a high status and was highly trusted, was actually a traitor? Kill. Monarch Hex Cricket's new body was finally formed, but he was only good at preserving his life. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, finally arrived. However, when he arrived, the golden-haired monkey only needed to shoot out a golden beam from his eyes to heavily injure him. The other two took the opportunity to kill him. There was really no hope. Within the vast palace hall of the ancestor mother religion, the group of religious leaders were watching the scene that appeared in midair. They were watching what was happening within the primal chaos flying ship from afar. They were all incomparably excited. Ha ha ha. I never expected that Guardian Plum would still be alive. He succeeded in his reincarnation. The fanged sect master roared with laughter. Moreover, he was extremely careful, never exposing himself. Not even I knew. This time he took action at the most crucial moment, leaving the cultivator's side without any hope. Their race should be exterminated. This cosmos will belong to us. With the primal chaos flying ship, we have won half the battle. The rest will be much easier. Different from the excited and joyous mood of the religious leaders, the 10 rulers outside the primal chaos flying ship were silent. Bloodblade, Primal Master, Abyss Primogenitor, and the others were watching the scene within the primal chaos flying ship. They were watching the paragons fighting. Time passed. Every breath of time might seem long to the powerful existences, but in reality, it was still mercilessly passing. The name list is decided by me. I have judged wrongly. Bloodblade's voice was calm. Bloodblade, much less you. Even we would not have thought that Bamboo Mountain would be from the ancestor mother religion cosmos. He has clearly cultivated since the birth of our cosmos and has karma with us. How could he be from the ancestor mother religion, unless he has seized his body, or is it something else? Primal Master softly shook his head. Temporal Island Lord watched with a cold expression. We lost. The paragons have lost. The ancestor mother religion will most likely be able to borrow this mysterious, primal, chaos flying ship. This war is over. Even if it is over, we have to fight. Myriad God Palace head said. Even though the paragons have lost, they have done well enough. Empress Qian, he sighed. Bloodblade watched calmly. He watched as the paragons disregarded everything they had to kill one more protector from the ancestor mother religion. He then said, they have done well enough. The rest is up to us. They were sending themselves to death. The avatars that the paragons had just refined rushed over. They were also sending themselves to death. When Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction appeared previously, everyone still had a strand of hope. But the 3 holy protectors from the ancestor mother religion did their best. The golden-haired monkey did not hesitate to shoot out golden light from his eyes to heavily injure Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Following that, he worked together to kill Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. Without his strange treasure, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction's survivability was much weaker. The moment he died, the others would have no more hope. 8 breaths of time, 9 breaths of time. There were only 5 paragons left alive. White Sovereign King, Dongbu Shuang, Water Devil King, Monarch Hex Cricket, and Devil Phoenix. There were only 5 of them left. Even mysterious North Imperial Empress, who specialized in arrays, was killed. It's pointless for them to struggle. We'll win if they can hold on for another breath of time. The protectors from the ancestor mother religion were too lazy to take the initiative to attack. They formed a circle, with the 3 holy protectors emitting an unseen ripple to protect everyone. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was also in the center. Without the support of arrays, Dongbu Shuang and the others could not even kill a single protector. That unseen ripple could resist against Dongbu Shuang's Mirage World and Devil Phoenix's domain. We've lost. Water Devil King sat down on his butt. He lowered his head. Ha ha ha. We're about to win just because of Bamboo Mountain, ha ha. White Sovereign King stopped. His laughter was somewhat desolate and deranged. Devil Phoenix stood in the distance without saying a word. Monarch Hex Cricket sat down cross-legged. He sighed. All of them felt sorrowful. Were they going to lose? If the ancestor mother religion could use the primal chaos flying ship, could the rulers resist against it? Would the countless beings in the cultivator cosmos be exterminated? Would they, the transcendents, die? Do we have to make the final gamble? Dongbua Shueing was still standing. He looked at the group of ancestor mother religion protectors from the other cosmos before turning to the paragons who were in despair. Even his teacher, Bloodblade, and the others did not transmit any more messages. Had they given up? I only have a single gamble. Dongbua Shueing walked over step by step. Dongbo Shueing is still heading in this direction. The protectors of the ancestor mother religion looked at Shueing with shock as if they were looking at a fool. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master also looked over with doubt. He hasn't given up yet? Who can he kill under the domain of the three holy protectors? The protectors treated Dongbua Shueing as a madman who was unwilling to admit defeat. Dongbua Shueing walked over step by step. I only have a single gamble. I can't afford to lose. I'm worried that the ancestor mother religion still has some hidden techniques. I've been waiting for them to use up as many techniques as possible. But it's already the final moment. The venerable ones are giving it their all, using all their strength. Then, let's begin the final gamble. We might lose. Let's see fate. Dongbua Shueing stopped. He looked at the group of ancestor mother religion protectors and also at Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. He extended his left hand, taking out a black gourd. Following that, his right hand calmly pulled out the cork of the gourd. Chapter 735. The protectors of the ancestor mother religion were all excited. They were silently counting down to the final breath of time. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master watched as Dongbua Shueing walked over. He shook his head inwardly. He hasn't given up yet? Dongbua Shueing is the most outstanding cultivator in this cosmos. Indeed, he won't give up until the final moment. It's a pity that the outcome has already been decided. Suddenly, Dongbua Shueing, who was walking over, extended his left hand. A black gourd appeared in his hand. He then casually pulled out the cork. Not good. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's expression changed. Be careful. The golden-haired monkey, the venom-tailed girl, the muscular man with a wooden pole, and the other apex protectors might not know what the black gourd was. But at this juncture, everyone could guess that this black gourd was definitely extraordinary. A vast and unblockable ripple rushed out from the mouth of the black gourd. Countless black ripples, stacked on top of each other. After rushing out of the mouth of the gourd, they swept out in the shape of a fan. The ripples contained in the terrifying fireball, which was as powerful as the sun, were pushed out through the mouth of the gourd by the void formation of the black gourd. It swept out with a force that could destroy everything. It was not an attack executed by an expert. Instead, it was a ripple naturally contained within a terrifying celestial body like the sun star. The profoundness contained within could allow one to open their own Tao or even reach the ruler realm. This is the protectors from the ancestor mother religion revealed looks of terror. It was too fast. They were originally very close to each other, and a ripple from this black gourd could cover more than 100 million kilometers in an instant. They could not react at all, and this black ripple had already engulfed them. The vast ripple was like a black gale sweeping across them. Chi, the peak-level protectors whose bodies were incomparably tough, revealed looks of terror. Next, their bodies shattered into pieces. Under the terrifying ripples, they were unable to maintain their bodies intact. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was located at the center of the ancestor mother religion protectors. Even though the three holy protectors were protecting him, the ripples were present everywhere. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's body was not specialized in survivability and could not compare to those apex protectors. Thus, his body crumbled in an instant. His true deity heart was also crumbling. His long and narrow eyes stared at the distant Dongbo Shuiying, looking at that black gourd that was spurting out terrifying power. To think that I would die in the hands of Dongbo Shuiying in the end. That's good, that's good. This was the only thought that flashed through Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's mind before his consciousness completely disappeared. Ah! The huge man with the cane roared. He wasn't instantly killed. Instead, one could clearly see his body being torn to pieces. His flesh was pulverized and his bones were broken. His roars couldn't even be heard because everything around him was being destroyed by the shock waves. He could only hold on for a few more moments before he was similarly annihilated. The golden-haired monkey wanted to escape, yet he could not move under the influence of the dark ripples. His body was also gradually being torn apart. His fur was being torn apart, and his flesh was being torn apart. His ferocious expression was also being crushed. He could hold on for a few more moments than the huge man with the cane before he was ultimately annihilated. Not even a single particle was left behind. Only the venom-tailed girl was left. Her body was being torn apart the slowest. Wounds gradually appeared on her body. Every part of her body was as tough as a weapon. She wanted to escape, but this ripple permeated into every single part of her body, destroying it at the deepest level. She could no longer control her own body. As the deeper levels of her body were being destroyed, she finally dissipated with a boom. All the protectors of the ancestor mother religion were annihilated under the terrifying gray ripple. Not a single one was left behind. After all, the power of the black gourd was sufficient to tear apart the world membrane of Dongbo Shuiying's disciple, Little Chong 7. This was also a protective treasure left behind by the Void Walker for his inheritor. Even though he could only use it for a short period of time, his soul wouldn't be able to withstand it if he used it again. But the power this time was enough to cause the expressions of rulers to change. They felt a dense threat, much less these protectors. Water Devil King sat there with his head lowered. White Sovereign King was still in a deranged state. Devil Phoenix stood there coldly. Monarch Hex Cricket was also sitting cross-legged in silence. They were all in despair. They had given up because a dense feeling of helplessness had already enveloped them. They could not see any hope. When Dongbo Shuiying took out the black gourd, they could not help but look over. This is Water Devil King, White Sovereign King Devil Phoenix, and Monarch Hex Cricket could not help but pay attention. In the past, Dongbo Shuiying had never taken out the black gourd to battle, unless he was like Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction and took out some formidable, unique treasure. Hong, that black, explosive, and misty ripple that made their hearts palpitate, swept towards the protectors of the ancestor mother religion. The four of them watched in a daze. They saw the protectors from the ancestor mother religion being annihilated. Even Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was similarly annihilated. The three powerful holy protectors might be able to hold on for a while longer, but they were soon annihilated as well. Wherever this black ripple passed through, everything would be destroyed. The land and mountain ranges would turn into nothingness. Even the void was being torn apart, revealing the many golden array, veined patterns behind. This power was beyond that of the terrifying weapons used by the ancestor mother religion in the past. Pum! Dongbo Shuiying immediately stopped operating the arrays of the black gourd. At that moment, the black ripple surging out from the black gourd disappeared. At the same time he plugged the stopper. Waves of intense pain could be felt from his head. His true deity heart was currently permeating with black aura. This black aura was injuring his true deity heart time after time. But given how strong his deity heart was, he could still withstand it. As long as this black aura was gradually whittled away over time, he would be able to recover at a rapid pace. In the starry sky outside the primal chaos flying ship, The rulers and Blood Blade who had originally given up were thinking about how to deal with the religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion and this mysterious, primal, chaos-flying ship. He was thinking hard on how to increase his chances of victory, but he was also vexed because his understanding of the primal, chaos-flying ship was too limited. It was hard for him to come up with an appropriate response. That is, Blood Blade and the other rulers might have given up, but they were still paying attention to what was happening within the primal chaos-flying ship. Dongbua Shwe-ing stood out. He seemed to be unwilling to continue fighting, but when he suddenly took out the black gourd and pulled out the stopper, everything changed. The protectors of the ancestor mother religion were completely annihilated. Even the 3 holy protectors were killed. We won. We won. Temporal Island Lord could not help but exclaim. Empress Qian, he was in disbelief. How could this? The eyes of Blood Blade brightened. He could not help but reveal a grin. Who would have thought that Snow Eagle has such a strange treasure? Even though this treasure is slightly clumsy when used, and its attacks are too direct and lacking in transformations, its power is great. Amen, its power is great. Even we do not dare to receive it head-on. Primal Master nodded. They would most likely lose their lives if they were to receive it head-on, even though they said that they were happy and felt that this was a formidable, strange treasure. They did not feel that it could threaten their lives, because they were rulers and had grasped the Tao of the ruler realm. Even if they could not receive it, they could still dodge it. Once a Tao broke through to the ruler realm, there would be a qualitative transformation. Monarch Green had reached the bottleneck in 3 Taos in the past. He had fused them together perfectly, yet he could only fight against Bloody Ruler, who was deliberately concealing his strength. The Tao of the ruler realm was eternal. It formed its own laws and domain, and its words were laws. This was how powerful a ruler was. Thus, it was difficult for a paragon to fight against a ruler. The rulers outside were incomparably joyful. Within the primal chaos-flying ship, Hex Cricket, Water Devil King, Devil Phoenix, and White Sovereign King were all exclaiming in delight. Dongbua! Even though Dongbua Shwe-ing felt waves of pain in his head, he still revealed a smile. They had won. At least there were no accidents. He immediately went to collect the treasures left behind by the protectors. After all, the strange treasures of Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, the ancient stone plate, and other treasures were all there. Fortunately, we are careful enough. A deep voice sounded, for figures appeared in the distance. The leader was a golden-haired monkey. By his side were 3 other apex protectors. You all! Dongbua Shwe-ing was startled. Why, are you surprised? The golden-haired monkey sneered. This is a war between 2 great races. We have no path of retreat. If we lose, we will die, and our true bodies will die too. Naturally, we have to disregard everything for this war. Thus, not only our avatars, our true bodies have to come too. Currently, only 4 of us have come out. There are still many other protectors. However, we are worried that your black gourd will launch another attack. Thus, the few of us have come out to play with you. We are the first to die. I do want to see how many times you can use that gourd in your hand, and how many of our protectors you can kill. Chapter 736. Dongbua Shwe-ing's expression paled. Monarch Hex Cricket, White Sovereign King, Water Devil King, and Devil Phoenix were all stunned. They turned to Dongbua Shwe-ing, hoping for a miracle to happen. Even though they had guessed that a paragon like the Black Gourd could only display its power once, it would be extremely difficult for them to use it a few more times. Like that terrifying weapon from the ancestor mother religion, which had a power close to that of the Black Gourd. It could only be used once and could not be used a second time within a short period. They understood in their hearts, but they still hoped for a miracle. It was only after seeing the pale expression of Dongbua Shwe-ing that they understood. They have always been fighting with their avatars. Even though the previous battle was so strenuous and difficult, they did not reveal their true bodies. Dongbua Shwe-ing felt helpless. Their true bodies are still hidden, waiting for the crucial moment to deal a fatal blow to us. This time, they are willing to pay any price to snatch the primal chaos flying ship. Come, come, the golden-haired monkey roared. Isn't that gourd of yours quite formidable? Why don't you use it again? The 4 of us are here to die. If you have the strength, then take our lives. The 3 apex protectors stared at Dongbushwang. Within the vast palace hall of the ancestor, Mother Religion, the group of religious leaders did not have any joy on their faces. They were watching silently, even though the previous battle was intense, other than the 6 protectors that were killed by Purgatory Great Commanders, Purgatory Reincarnation, and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's true body and avatar. The other protectors did not truly die. Their true bodies were still alive, but from this moment onwards, every protector that died would be a true death. The power of the black gourd was too terrifying. If it could be used again, all protectors would simply be sending themselves to death. Hence, they only sent 4 protectors, led by the golden-haired monkey. They were the first batch to die. Even if they were to die, they had to be strong enough. If they were weak, there was no need for the black gourd. A group of paragons could easily eliminate them. The previous 6 protectors have died. Protector Plum has died for our tribe. The fanged religious leader's eyes were filled with pity. More protectors will truly die in the future. But this time, we must obtain the chaos flying ship. No matter how big the price is, it has to be paid. The fanged patriarch's voice echoed in the hall. The other patriarchs remained silent, staring at the scene in the air. In the scene, the golden-haired monkey and the other 3 guardians were standing in the red light, roaring at Dongbushwang. The 10 rulers in the starry sky outside the chaos-flying ship also fell silent. After the golden-haired monkey and his 4 protectors appeared, they fell silent. What I was most worried about has finally happened, Bloodblade said. Empress Qian, he also nodded. Originally, we thought that they wanted to occupy this cosmos, but they might not go all out and even send their true bodies in. If both his main body and clone were to be sent in, then there would be no way out. If they failed, all the protectors would die. Unless it's absolutely necessary, unless it's the final madness before death, they won't do it. Under normal circumstances, even if they wanted to invade an entire universe, even if the sect leaders ordered the protectors to charge in with their true bodies and avatars, the protectors would still resist. No one was willing to leave no way out, unless they were already at their wits' end. Only then would they be willing to do so. For the sake of victory, they are willing to sacrifice everything. Primal Master shook his head. Let's see if Dongbushwang can continue using that gourd. If he can, we might still be able to win. If he can't, then there's really no hope. Temporal Island Lord frowned and said coldly, "Such a strange treasure must have very harsh conditions to use. It will be extremely difficult to use it continuously. Perhaps there's still hope." The silver-armored Purgatory ruler also said, "Let's see. Perhaps Dongbushwang really obtained an extremely powerful strange treasure, one that can be used continuously with the strength of a paragon." Abyss Primogenitor said, "We can only watch." Pang Yi said softly. Qin Jun, on the other hand, looked silently at his young junior brother. Ziziz, a treasure that can unleash the power of a peak ruler? The enormous statue Gu Qianluo by the side watched with interest. It's not bad. It's just that its attacking methods are too stupid, and there aren't many variations. It can't even kill an ordinary ruler. At most, it can force him to retreat. Although he was curious, Gu Qianluo didn't care about it at all. After all, he was the 7th saint under the Ancestor Bone throne. The value of a primal chaos-flying ship far surpassed the imagination of these rulers and religious leaders. It would be interesting if it can be used a few more times. Otherwise, it would be too useless. Gu Qianluo watched the battle leisurely. He really didn't care about the life and death of the two races. He didn't care about the destruction of this cosmos. He just needed a helper. Why aren't you attacking? We are here, and you can kill as you please. Why aren't you attacking? The golden-haired monkey sneered. The other 3 apex protectors also sneered. They weren't willing to attack because their goal was to delay for time. As long as they could maintain for 10 breaths of time in the red light region, they would be able to win. That's right. Previously, they were all killed, causing their time to start counting again. Dongbua Shui-ing didn't touch the black gourd. The 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had the determination to die, they were willing to die for their race. But if they didn't die, wouldn't it be better if they could live well? Like the 3 holy protectors, they could have become religious leaders long ago. It was just that they didn't have sufficient resources. As long as they survived after they won the war, they could construct the ancestor mother altar. The golden-haired monkey and the others could become religious leaders. In the future, they might even be able to walk further and see more sceneries. You only have these few protectors left? A cold voice resounded. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, and Paragon Hui-Cheng appeared once again. This isn't enough for us to kill. Paragon Hui-Cheng sneered. Attack! Dongbua Shui-ing kept the black gourd too. He teamed up with his companions once again. Why are they still fighting? The golden-haired monkey and the others had a slight change in expression. Now that they were dead, they were truly dead. Previously they were in despair, but now they still have the will to fight. The reason why they had the will to fight was because Dongbua Shui-ing transmitted to his companions, I can still use the black gourd one more time. However, many protectors from the ancestor mother religion might be hiding in the treasures. We have to force out more protectors, even if we can't force out all of them. As long as we can force out the majority, I'll use the black gourd to kill them all. As for the remaining ones, we will have a chance of winning if we surround them. After all, we have more than enough time, 10 breaths of time. At that moment, even Mysterious North Imperial Empress and the other 2 who had previously cultivated avatars and were waiting outside the flying ship in despair had rushed over. There were even more paragons who had cultivated new avatars and were rushing over. Kill! Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Monarch Hex Cricket, Water Devil King, White Sovereign King, Dongbua Shui-ing, Devil Phoenix, Purgatory Great Commander, and others were rushing over one after another. The golden-haired monkey and the 3 apex protectors could not hold on any longer. They could not just send themselves to death. Dying under the attack of the black gourd was worth it. Dying under the joint attack of these paragons would be a meaningless death, because the moment they died, the other protectors would have to come out and continue fighting. They would similarly be surrounded. So. Many apex protectors were forced to come out. Finally, when 16 apex protectors and 2 holy protectors appeared, they were able to completely defend against the joint attack of the cultivators. We can't force any more protectors out. Dongbua, 8 breaths of time have passed. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Monarch Hex Cricket, and the others transmitted to Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing softly nodded. He wanted to force out more protectors from the ancestor mother religion. But the ancestor mother religion was not foolish. They were not willing to bring out all of them, afraid that they would be wiped out by Dongbua Shui-ing. His head was still aching, but Dongbua Shui-ing had already made his decision. Dongbua Shui-ing, are you really going to use the black gourd again? The treasure spirit's voice transmitted into his mind. Don't be foolish. Your soul is currently heavily injured. If you were to use it again, your soul might not be able to withstand it and collapse. Once you die, I can't stay here. I can't let the other paragons and Gu Qian Luo control me. I will return to my original world. You will no longer have the chance to obtain the black gourd, and you will have failed the 3rd trial. If I fail, so be it. Refining the black gourd is too difficult for me. It has already been 600,000 years, and I don't see any hope. Even after 1,000,000 years, I'm afraid I won't be able to refine it. Dongbua Shui Ing transmitted. How can you give up before the final moment? Even if you are defeated this time, you can easily escape with your survival techniques. In the future, you can refine the black gourd and become a new Voidwalker. Your path of cultivation will be completely different. This is a huge opportunity for you. The treasure spirit reminded. This is a war between two races. I can't cower from it. It's worth it to exchange a treasure that I have little hope of refining and recognizing its owner for the hope of my entire race. Dongbua Shui Ing extended his left hand. The black gourd appeared in his hand once again. Hua! Devil Phoenix displayed her domain with great tacit understanding, bringing all the paragons with her before teleporting away. Only the protectors from the ancestor mother religion were left in that region. They were still attacking, yet their opponents had disappeared. Stop, 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 stop for me! The treasure spirit anxiously shouted. Chapter 737. The moment the black gourd appeared in Dongbua Shuiying's hand, the treasure spirit became anxious. He transmitted anxiously, Stop, 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 stop right now. Hurry up and drip a drop of blood onto the black gourd. If the treasure spirit had said something else, Dongbua Shuiying would not have bothered with it. After all, the protectors of the ancestor mother religion would be able to hide in the treasure if he delayed for even a moment. But the words of the treasure spirit made him stop. Drip a drop of blood onto the black gourd? Dongbua Shuiying could not help but let his imagination run wild. You brat that doesn't want your life. Hurry up and drip a drop of blood on it. Isn't this what you have always wanted? The treasure spirit urged. Dongbua Shuiying had some thoughts in his heart. He grabbed the black gourd with his left hand and dripped a drop of blood. This drop of blood touched the black gourd, and the black gourd naturally absorbed this drop of blood. Dongbua Shuiying felt a sense of familiarity coming from the black gourd in his hand. It felt like his limbs. He could easily sense everything within the black gourd. There was a huge and mysterious array enveloping a fireball. That fireball was vast and boundless, and the ripples it emitted were merely the shallowest part of its power. Even though the fireball was powerful, it was completely controlled by the void array. The fireball was entirely red. Endless waves of fire were rolling about, and the power contained within was unimaginable. Dongbua Shuiying had obtained the black gourd for so many years, yet he had never felt the fireball so clearly even when he displayed his control technique. Treasure spirit, have I successfully refined the black gourd? Dongbua Shuiying could not help but ask. He did not display his control technique, yet he could sense the entire black gourd so clearly. The only explanation was that the black gourd had recognized him as its master, but he had merely dripped a drop of blood on it. In the past 600,000 years, he had thought of many methods. He had tried dripping a drop of blood on it, but it had all failed. You have already refined the black gourd. The black gourd has recognized you as its master. Why? Can't you sense whether you have refined it or not? The treasure spirit unhappily asked. Yes, yes. Dongbua Shuiying was overjoyed and confused at the same time. I also thought that I had successfully refined it, but I didn't do anything. I only released a drop of blood, according to what you said, and I succeeded? The artifact spirit sneered. Dongbo, do you really think you can refine a defensive treasure like the black gourd with your cultivation base? The black gourd itself contains the mysteries of the array. Don't you feel it yourself? I feel it. Dongbua Shuiying transmitted his voice over. Over 600,000 years, what I have comprehended is only the tip of the iceberg. I don't have the slightest confidence in refining it. This is a formation that can suppress and control fireballs. Not to mention you, even your master, Bloodblade, can't refine such a formation. An exalted expert, let alone 1,000,000 years, even if he had 10 billion years, he still wouldn't be able to refine it by himself. Then why did Senior Voidwalker set the third test? Why does he have to refine it within 1,000,000 years? Dongbua Shui-ing asked curiously. It's simple. The artifact spirit explained. There are 3 tests. For the first test, if you can obtain the black gourd, it proves that your overall potential has reached a higher level. The second test is a test of your perception. After all, there are very few voidwalkers, and not everyone is qualified to cultivate them. Your perception has passed the test. The third test is a test of your temperament. Temperament. Dongbua Shui-ing's heart skipped a beat. If you're an evil being, the stronger you are, the more harm you will bring to the living beings. The earliest founder of the Voidwalkers was an extremely benevolent being. He did not even want to trample an ordinary ant to death. He had been to countless places, passed through countless universes, and helped countless weak and small living beings. He had long set the rule that his people did not seek to be kind, but he would never allow evil beings to cultivate his legacy. So the third test, refining the black gourd in 1,000,000 years, is actually for me the artifact spirit to observe your every move and determine your temperament. If your temperament is evil, then I'll naturally leave after 1,000,000 years. If you pass the temperament test, I'll let you drip a drop of blood to recognize me as your master after 1,000,000 years. The original duration of the test was 1,000,000 years, but you brat just had to seek your own death. No matter what, after 600,000 years, I've seen your character clearly. You've treated your disciples, your old friends and brothers, and your race. You've done all of these very well. Even when you travel around the cosmos in search of opportunities to refine the black gourd, you didn't kill the innocent and lived in seclusion in the mortal world. You even treated the weak mortals with respect and politeness. You've passed the temperament test too. Dongbua Shui-ing finally understood. It seemed that the final test had always been in the hands of this artifact spirit. That's right, Senior Voidwalker was no longer around. He must have arranged everything for the artifact spirit. As Dongbua Shui-ing was conversing with the artifact spirit, he delayed his actions. It allowed the protectors from the ancestor mother religion sufficient time to react. They were so frightened that they quickly hid in their treasures, leaving behind the golden-haired monkey and the other 3 apex protectors. They were all staring at Dongbua Shui-ing, or more accurately, at the black gourd in Dongbua Shui-ing's hand. Their eyes were filled with terror and fury. Dongbua Shui-ing, why didn't you act? Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction transmitted. What's going on? It was such a good opportunity just now, yet you didn't act. Now they're hiding inside. White Sovereign King also transmitted a question. He could not blame Dongbua Shui-ing, just that this was clearly not in accordance with the plan he had set. Brother Dongbua. Paragon Huicheng shouted out too. Dongbua Shui-ing only reacted after hearing the transmission by his ear. He could not help but turn to the group of paragons in the distance. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, White Sovereign King, Devil Phoenix, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, and others were all looking at Dongbua Shui-ing. The paragons from the side of the cultivators were also looking at Dongbua Shui-ing. After all, he was the crux of the matter. I'm ashamed. Dongbua Shui-ing transmitted. This strange treasure of mine is extremely hard to use. Just when I was about to use it, I suddenly had a sudden enlightenment, greatly improving my control over the treasure. Currently, I can still use it a few more times, and not just once, but because I had a sudden enlightenment, I was delayed. Sudden enlightenment? You can still use it a few more times? The group of paragons was startled and delighted. Previously, they felt that their chances of victory were slim. At this moment, they felt that their chances of victory were extremely high. However, many of them felt slightly guilty. Even Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction transmitted over. Dongbua Shui-ing, I'm sorry. I did not think that you were in the midst of comprehension previously. That's why I transmitted over and destroyed your comprehension. Dongbua Shueing, we were too anxious previously and interrupted your enlightenment. The paragons all transmitted over. They were clear how hard it was to obtain enlightenment. Just a short moment of enlightenment had allowed his control over the black gourd to greatly improve. If he had comprehended for a longer period of time, his control over the black gourd might have improved further. It's a pity that it was disrupted by them. It's fine. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. He had casually found an excuse. After all, he could not possibly say that this was the third trial set by the Void Walker, and that he had passed it. And on the other side, the golden-haired monkey and the other 3 protectors from the ancestor mother religion who were prepared to die felt puzzled. This Dongbua Shueing should have suddenly used that black gourd strange treasure to kill us all. Why didn't he? Unless he failed to use it? That's right. How could it be that easy to use such a strange treasure consecutively? Perhaps he might not be able to use the black gourd anymore. If that's the case, without the threat of the black gourd, we will definitely win. Chapter 738. It was normal for the golden-haired monkey and the others to think this way. Not just them. Even the rulers outside the primal chaos flying ship and the huge sculpture Gu Qianluo, who was watching silently by the side, could not help but think, why did he not use the black gourd at the crucial moment? Could it be that he could not use it? It was understandable that a paragon could not use this strange treasure a second time within a short period. Pum! Dongbua Shueing pulled out the stopper of the black gourd without any warning. Hum! The black ripple appeared once again. It brought death and destruction. Before the golden-haired monkey and the other 3 top protectors could react, the black wave had already invaded their bodies. The bodies of the other 3 top protectors were a level weaker, so they were instantly crushed. They only had time to show shock and pain in their eyes before they were crushed into nothingness. He can still use it, but why did he not force more of our protectors out? Why did he attack directly? The golden-haired monkey could feel that the deepest part of his body was being destroyed. He knew that death was approaching. At the same time, he felt sorrowful and puzzled. Unless he can use it more times? The golden-haired monkey stayed within the red light region for close to 9 breaths of time. Even though it was possible for the group of paragons to force him to leave, the other apex protectors from the ancestor mother religion might appear to help him. The moment 10 breaths of time passed, he would be defeated. Hence, Dongbua Shueing did not hesitate to act. He did not care about using it one more time, because he was no longer suffering from the backlash of the black gourd. This feeling is truly... Dongbua Shueing grabbed the black gourd. He could feel the terrifying energy surging within. Nevertheless, the void array was extremely obedient. It could perfectly control every strand of energy, preventing it from harming him. He could even control these ripples as he pleased. Previously, he could only foolishly unleash them in a single direction. And now, if Dongbua Shueing was willing, he could rely on the void array to control these ripples. For instance, he could split them into 18 ripples and attack in 18 different directions. He could even form a sphere to protect himself completely. This was also possible. This was the benefit of having recognized a master. But this is the interior of the primal chaos flying ship. That mysterious Gu Qianluo is the master of this ship. It is better for me to remain low profile and not be targeted by him. Dongbua Shueing remained vigilant. Boom! The golden-haired monkey's body was being torn apart. He was roaring angrily, but the sound of his roar could not be heard. Anger. He couldn't accept this. But in the end, his body completely disintegrated into nothingness. A holy protector and 3 apex protectors had disappeared. With a thought, Shueing stopped the black ripples rushing out from the mouth of the black gourd. He directly said, "Act and force more of their protectors out." "All right, force them out." The group of cultivators and supremacies were all in high spirits. After entering the chaos flying ship for so long, this moment was the most exhilarating. The ancestor mother religion protectors had to come out. If they didn't come out, the treasures they were hiding in would be obtained by cultivators. At that time, they would be in an even more miserable state. So, a total of 9 top-notch protectors appeared, led by a robust man with a staff. All of them were filled with anger and pain. Following the encirclement of Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, White Sovereign King, and a large group of paragons, more apex protectors were forced out. If they didn't come out, the paragons alone would be enough to kill them. Are we going to lose? Could it be that this Dongbua Shui-ing can use that black gourd again? How could this be? Even though the apex protectors were fighting, they were feeling sorrowful in their hearts. They could vaguely feel death approaching them. In the distance, Dongbua Shui-ing stood there without participating in the battle. He only held onto the black gourd in his hand without plugging it. Clearly, he could act at any time. The protectors who were fighting felt heartache. In the distant palace hall of the ancestor mother religion, the religious leaders were releasing their auras. Their eyes were filled with sorrow, anger, and pain. After all, how many protectors were there in the entire ancestor mother religion? Most of them were their disciples whom they had nurtured. Now that they were about to die on a large scale, this was a true death. The sect masters all felt a chill in their hearts. We have long lost our path of retreat. After sending them into the primal chaos flying ship, they can only win. Bloodblade and the others have already sealed the surroundings of the primal chaos flying ship. The moment they lose, they can't even escape. The fanged religious leaders said, "There is no path of retreat. We can only win. Right now, we can only gamble on the fact that this Dongbua Shui-ing can only use that black gourd a few times. This is the only hope for them to survive. But that Dongbua Shui-ing has only used it once against Protector Qian and the other 3 protectors. Clearly, he is very confident." A thin and weak old man muttered. Silence reigned. The other religious leaders were silent. They were looking at the scene in midair. Within that scene, Dongbua Shui-ing had already used the black gourd once again. That vast ripple that made others feel despair enveloped the world. Because the paragons had suddenly disappeared, the remaining 18 protectors did not have the time to escape. They were swept by this ripple. Other than the muscular man with a wooden pole, the other 17 apex protectors dissipated like dust. The muscular man could only hold on for a few moments before dissipating with a silent roar. So. This time, before the paragons could force them out, the remaining 10 protectors appeared. With the venom-tailed girl as the leader, there were 9 other apex protectors. They were all looking at Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing was also looking at them. "If you can use it one more time, then kill us," the venom-tailed girl coldly said. They knew that it was futile to struggle. "Come." The other 9 apex protectors were looking at Dongbua Shui-ing. They were either benevolent, cruel, cold, or tyrannical, but at this moment they were calmly facing death, because they were clear that there was no path of retreat. Under such circumstances, they were naturally disdainful of wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at them. He could feel the determination of these protectors. He said, "Your race wants to live. But the price for your survival is to construct the ancestor mother altar and change the entire cosmos, exterminating our entire race. Our race wants to live too, so all of you can only die." Once again, Dongbua Shui-ing unleashed the black gourd. The venom-tailed girl and the 9 apex protectors still had a strand of hope in their hearts. They were gambling that Dongbua Shui-ing might not be able to unleash it again. But when the misty ripple engulfed them, they could only feel despair. The 9 apex protectors had dissipated in an instant. The venom-tailed girl's body was also being torn apart. Wang, Dongbua Shwe-ing abruptly stopped the operating array within the black gourd. He plugged the cork and kept the black gourd. The venom-tailed girl, who was covered in fresh blood, stared at Dongbua Shwe-ing in a daze. "Capture her," Dongbua Shwe-ing said. "Right, capture her alive." Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction guffawed before charging forward. "Go!" Monarch Hex Cricket, Water Devil King, and the others were filled with fighting spirit. Mysterious North Imperial Empress also began activating her array. The paragons were also working together. The venom-tailed girl looked at everything. Her rapidly recovering face revealed a sneer. She let out an ear-piercing voice. "You want to capture her alive? Even if we die, it does not mean that we have lost the war. This cosmos will ultimately belong to us. It belongs to us." Huh! Her body suddenly exploded. Monarch Hex Cricket, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, and the others who were charging at the front also acted to protect their comrades. Dongbua Shwe-ing seemed illusory and real at the same time. He allowed the shock waves from the explosion to sweep over. He watched silently. These protectors from the ancestor mother religion had died, but they could not retreat because their entire race from the cultivator cosmos had to survive. Beautiful, beautiful. One side wins and the other side dies. Gu Qianluo's voice boomed across the world. It was filled with a strand of ridicule. Chapter 739. Dongbua Shwe-ing and the rest had just collected the weapons and treasures left behind by the protectors. Because they were ownerless, everyone was searching for their own treasures. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction's unique treasure naturally had to be returned to him. Some of the true god weapons were also returned to their original owners. As for the treasures that belonged to the ancestor mother religion, according to the plan, they would be checked by the rulers first. Amen. Hearing Gu Qianluo's voice, Dongbua Shwe-ing and the rest turned over. The enormous sculpture Gu Qianluo overlooked the group of paragons. "Even though none of you could last for 10 breaths of time in the red light region, since you have one, it should be easy for you to stay there for that short period of time." All the paragons were on high alert. Not just them. Even Bloodblade, Temporal Island Lord, and the other rulers outside the primal chaos flying ship had solemn expressions as they watched. This was the crucial moment. In the eyes of Bloodblade and the rest, this mysterious master of the primal chaos flying ship was similarly a huge variable. After all, even though the cultivators had one, the master of the primal chaos flying ship could easily kill all the paragons and take the initiative to help the ancestor mother religion. This person called Gu Qianluo should have killed many. He isn't someone who is easy to talk to. Temporal Island Lord frowned. "We have one." Without sufficient reason, he shouldn't go back on his words. Pangy said. They were watching nervously, and the group of religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion might be feeling grief and indignation over the large-scale destruction of their protectors. But at this moment, they were even more nervous. They hoped that this Gu Qianluo would have a breakdown in negotiations with the cultivators. Dongbua Shwe-ing and the rest looked up at that towering sculpture of Gu Qianluo. That cold and evil aura was constantly enveloping the surroundings. At the same time, they received a transmission from Bloodblade. "Do not let your emotions affect your decisions. This primal chaos flying ship will have a huge impact on the final battle between us and the ancestor mother religion. We will inform you all of our decisions." All the paragons understood. It was better to leave the decision to the rulers. Gu Qianluo's voice rumbled as he continued. "You all belong to the same superpower. I believe none of you are willing to kill each other. I am looking for a helper and not an enemy with a grudge. Therefore, I won't force you to make a move. How about this? I'll choose one of you. Don't worry. We'll swear an ancient oath that both of us will abide by. Just like I said before, if you help me, I'll help you. The one I choose will receive opportunities that will surpass your imagination, and your cultivation system will be even more powerful than the one you have right now." As long as I do my best to nurture them, even sovereigns will be able to rival hegemons. The supremacies present were either hesitant or expectant, an ancient vow. If Gu Qianluo didn't resort to underhanded means, everyone would still be willing to take the risk. After all, it might be slightly dangerous, but it would also be a great opportunity. Which great fortuitous opportunity didn't have some setbacks and tribulations? It was simply a dream to think that he could easily get his hands on a fortuitous opportunity. Who should I choose? Gu Qianluo swept his gaze across the venerables. Once you're chosen by me, I'll immediately give you some benefits that will greatly increase your strength. Some of the venerables were looking forward to it. They were willing to bet. Some of them had been stuck in the Exalt realm for a long time and couldn't see any hope of breaking through. They wanted to break through. Dongbua Shueing. Gu Qianluo's gaze landed on Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing felt his heart tightening. The other paragons were also looking at Dongbua Shueing. Some felt helpless, but all of them were convinced. After all, Dongbua Shueing had turned the tides of this war. He had contributed greatly and was also the most dazzling one. It was normal for Gu Qianluo to choose him, unless he's going to choose Snow Eagle. The 10 rulers and the religious leaders were all paying close attention. The enormous sculpture Gu Qianluo looked down at Dongbua Shueing. I can see the aura of your soul. You're extremely young, yet you possess such strength. You should be the one with the highest potential and comprehension ability amongst those present. The paragons present agreed. How long had they cultivated for? How long had Dongbua Shueing cultivated for? Even without relying on the black gourd, he was still ranked at the forefront amongst the paragons. Choosing you as my helper is originally quite suitable, but it's a pity that you haven't transcended. The enormous sculpture Gu Qianluo shook his head. I'm going to choose a helper before leaving this cosmos with me and embarking on a long journey. You haven't transcended yet. If this cosmos epic ends and you still haven't transcended, all life within the river of time will be extinguished. You will die too. If you die halfway through my primal chaos flying ship, I'll be in deep trouble. No choice. Gu Qianluo turned to a beautiful girl. You're called Mysterious North Imperial Empress. Yes, Mysterious North Imperial Empress nodded. Your comprehension ability might be lacking, but you're the one most proficient in arrays. You've transcended too. Come and be my helper. Gu Qianluo directly said. Mysterious North Imperial Empress hesitated slightly, because she was currently discussing with Bloodshed God Emperor in the dark. All right. Mysterious North Imperial Empress nodded. You have to guarantee my safety. Ha ha ha, rest assured. I've already said that I'll swear an ancient oath with you. After that, you'll understand that it's impossible for me to harm you. Gu Qianluo laughed out loud. He then swept his cold gaze across the other paragons. I've already chosen my helper. The rest of you can leave. 1. An unseen ripple wrapped around Dongbua Shueing, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, and the other paragons. They were directly teleported out of the primal chaos flying ship. Only Mysterious North Imperial Empress and Gu Qianluo were left within the ship. Even though you want to help me, this is also a great opportunity for you. The edge of Gu Qianluo's mouth curled upwards. I'm rarely so benevolent. Dongbua Shueing and the others were thrown out of the primal chaos flying ship. They felt the scenery before them changing. They were already in the starry sky outside. Not far away from them were Bloodblade and the other rulers. Fellow paragons, you've all contributed greatly to our cosmos. Bloodblade and the others flew over. The group of rulers revealed a joyous look. No matter what, the ancestor mother religion would definitely not be able to use the primal chaos flying ship. It's all thanks to Monarch Dong, Bo. Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was a proud person, yet he was polite at this moment. He had a smile on his face. Firstly, they had won. Secondly, he had gotten back his survival treasure. Naturally, he was happy. The other paragons were also praising him. Dongbua Shueing added, I'm lucky too. I was able to comprehend it at the crucial moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use it a few more times. Your luck is just SOO. Primal Master laughed out loud. Brat, your performance this time is very dazzling. Your comprehension ability and potential are high too. Usually, when choosing a formidable helper, it's only natural to choose you. It's a pity that you haven't transcended. Because of this reason, that Gu Qianluo has given up on you. No matter if he's evil or not. His background seems extraordinary. If you follow him, your future will definitely be extraordinary. I also thought that I would have to choose Snow Eagle. Empress Qian, he chuckled. You actually rejected it because you haven't transcended? Bloody Ruler, Nile, also had a smile on his face. It's just that he was looking at Dongbua Shueing with eyes that were filled with endless fury and killing intent. So many people he was familiar with and the apex protectors had been exterminated. Furthermore, the chances of their ancestor mother religion winning this war were very low. If it was possible, Bloody Ruler Nile wanted to directly kill this Dongbua Shueing, but he did not dare to. Because Bloodblade and the others were by the side, he could only maintain a smile and praise Dongbua Shueing. Chapter 740. After teleporting Dongbua Shueing and the rest out of the primal chaos flying ship, the ship was completely sealed. Be it the rulers or the religious leaders, none of them could peek inside. The rulers and Dongbua Shueing were waiting in the starry sky outside. Dongbua, Paragon Huacheng, looked at the primal chaos flying ship and transmitted. Do you think that Gu Qianluo would do something underhanded? Previously, he said that he would swear an oath to protect his helpers. Now that all of us have been chased out, leaving only mysterious North Imperial Empress inside, would he do something sinister to her? Hard to say. Dongbua Shueing was not confident. From his aura, Gu Qianluo was a cold and evil existence that had killed countless people. Furthermore, the other party had an extraordinary background. It was normal for him to be proficient in some unknown sinister methods. Bloodblade and the rest were waiting silently. After half an hour, only then did mysterious North Imperial Empress float out of the primal chaos flying ship. The 10 rulers and paragons went up to welcome her. The aura of this mysterious North Imperial Empress seems much stronger. Dongbua Shueing vaguely deduced that the body of mysterious North Imperial Empress had become stronger. Fellow rulers, mysterious North Imperial Empress respectfully bowed. Does that Gu Qianluo keep his promise? Bloodblade asked. Mysterious North Imperial Empress nodded. Don't move. Let me inspect your soul. Bloodblade extended his hand. Mysterious North Imperial Empress nodded. Even though she did not feel that she had been ambushed during the entire process, she was afraid that there might be some ambushes that she could not detect with her current realm. And Bloodblade was the current #1 expert in the cosmos. His strength was deep and unfathomable, and it was not easy to evade his detection. Gu Qianluo had a formidable background, and Bloodblade similarly had some fortuitous encounters. Bloodshed God Emperor placed his palm on the shoulder of mysterious North Imperial Empress. An unseen energy directly permeated into her body. Mysterious North Imperial Empress did not obstruct it. This energy directly entered the consciousness of mysterious North Imperial Empress and examined her true deity heart. After a moment, only then did Bloodblade loosen his grip. The other rulers looked at him. The paragons, including the mysterious North Imperial Empress, also looked at God Emperor. Bloodblade smiled. That Gu Qianluo did leave some tricks on the mysterious North Divine Heart. However, it was used to protect the mysterious North Imperial Empress. Everyone was relieved. Your Majesty, regarding the primal chaos flying ship. The mysterious North Imperial Empress was just about to speak. In a moment, we can talk about it in detail at the Bloodshed God Palace. Blood Blade immediately interrupted him. Furthermore, we also need you to have a proper discussion with Gu Qianluo. Following that, the rulers proceeded to check through the treasures left behind by the protectors, but only that terrifying weapon was taken away by them. The rest were split amongst Dongbu Shuiying and the others. That terrifying weapon required Dominator rank power to store up, and it could only be used once. In the hands of a hegemon, it could be used in battle at any time. In the hands of a venerable, it could only be used once. As for the other treasures, they were ordinary. This time, even though the ancestor mother religion had staked everything on this primal chaos flying ship, they knew that if they failed, they were not willing to leave behind treasures that were too good for the cultivators. Hence, the rewards were ordinary. Following that, everyone dispersed and returned to their respective locations. The rulers brought mysterious North Imperial Empress away. Black Fog Sea Monarch residence. Within the courtyard, there was a thick layer of snow. After all, the battle in the primal chaos flying ship had only lasted for 2 days, and the thick layer of snow had not melted yet. Wine was currently being brewed on the table. Dongbu, Shuiying, and Jingqiu were seated opposite each other. They were currently chatting about what happened in the primal chaos flying ship. So, such a huge matter has happened in just 2 days. Jingqiu poured wine for Dongbu Shuiying. At the same time, she sighed, "You are, Qingyao, and I feel that our days of cultivation are ordinary. Yet we do not know that there is a calamity looming over us. If you all lose this time, with the help of the primal chaos flying ship from the ancestor mother religion, we cultivators might really be defeated. Many sentient beings will be exterminated, and the weak, like us, might not be able to escape. Jingqiu, I'll never allow such a thing to happen." Dongbu Shuiying looked at his wife. Jingqiu smiled. She felt sweet in her heart. She had always felt that reincarnating was the wisest decision she had ever made in her life. "This matter involves 2 cosmoses and the level is too high. I can only pour wine for you here." Jingqiu said, "Ha ha ha. I can only contribute this time. I'm not qualified to participate in the battle between rulers." Dongbu Shuiying shook his head. Even though the black gourd was powerful, it was used to protect him. It could allow him to survive in front of powerful rulers. As for killing rulers, that was hopeless. The realms of the rulers were much higher than his. The moment the ancestor mother religion reached the religious leader level, there would be a qualitative change in their strength. They would be able to fight against the rulers on the side of the cultivators. "We'll have to rely on Teacher and the others for the ruler battle." Dongbu Shuiying said, "We'll have the help of the primal chaos flying ship in this battle. Our chances of winning should be 99%. That was what he said. Dongbu Shuiying felt his heart tightening. The ancestor mother religion would definitely not give up. They would definitely engage in the most frenzied struggle. What if there was a huge reversal and they were defeated? Countless sentient beings would be exterminated. That scene made Dongbu Shuiying tremble, just thinking about it. "Dongbu Shuiying, after refining the black gourd, it's time for you to accept the Void Walker inheritance." The treasure spirit transmitted. "Void Walker inheritance?" Dongbu Shuiying's eyes brightened. He then turned to his wife, who was drinking fruit wine with him. "There's no rush. I'll accompany Jingqiu first before setting off." Within the vast palace hall of the ancestor mother religion, the group of religious leaders were seated cross-legged. Their auras were grand and distant, yet the atmosphere here seemed to have solidified. After negotiations, Gu Qianluo has agreed to help the cultivators. The incarnation of bloody ruler Nile said. He really agreed. Damn. The religious leaders felt as though they were facing a calamity. Even though they were all powerful, they felt as though they were suffocating. This feeling of impending death made them even more furious. being able to reach their current realm, it was naturally impossible for them to be willing to die. They would rather die than risk it all. Who knew if a miracle might happen? It's all because of that Dongbu Shuang. He ruined the victory that was within our grasp. Otherwise, the primal chaos flying ship would have helped us. It's all because of him. So many protectors have died in his hands. They had emotions too. Those protectors who had lived for a long time had a deep relationship with them. Some were even like family. With so many massacres happening, they had long hated Dongbu Shuang to the bone. And this defeat might cause them to lose the final battle. That would mean the extermination of their entire race. That made them even more furious. Before the final battle, we must kill this Dongbu Shuang to vent our frustrations. If we don't vent our frustrations, it will be hard for us to calm down. A muscular man with dark yellow skin growled. Kill him, a cold, black-armored girl said. Her only disciple had been killed by Dongbu Shuang using the black gourd. The fanged religious leader looked at the other religious leaders, nodding. His black gourd might be slightly clumsy, but its power is huge. Rulers do not dare to fight against it. In the hands of that Dongbu Shuang, it is only a minor threat. But in our hands, it can still be of some use during the war. Then let's find an opportunity to kill him once he leaves the territory of the bloodshed god palace and snatch the black gourd. Amen. Those present nodded. They could not act within the territory of the bloodshed god palace because the blood blade could instantly reach the place. Find out his location. The fanged religious leader ordered. Very soon, the news came. Dongbu Shuang's true body is still in the material realm. His avatar has disappeared without a trace, and the karma cannot be found. The news came. What? The karma disappeared again. The fanged religious leader and the others were startled. What they did not know was that Dongbu Shuang had already entered the inheritance ground of the Void Walker. Chapter 741. Within a courtyard covered in snow, Dongbu Shuang accompanied his wife as they drank fruit wine and chatted. He was enjoying and treasuring this tranquility because a war that would decide the fate of the entire cosmos would erupt soon. Jingqiu, I have something to do. I'll be going out for a while. Dongbu Shuang stood up. Be careful. Jingqiu stood up. Dongbu Shuang nodded. Following that, he flew into the sky and tore open a time-space tunnel before disappearing. Jingqiu looked up as the time-space tunnel in the sky closed up. Turning around, she disappeared into the cultivation room. She began cultivating. She wanted to transcend as soon as possible so that the gap between her and her husband would be smaller. Who? As Dongbu Shuang flew through the time-space tunnel, he remained vigilant. He was worried that the religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion would kill their way over. After all, a large number of protectors from the ancestor mother religion in the primal chaos flying ship had died in his hands. But even if they were to do it again, Dongbu Shuang would not be lenient, because the life forms in his cosmos had to live. His friends and loved ones had to live too. No matter how many enemies came, he had to kill them all. Dongbu Shuang, we are here. The black gourd treasure spirit transmitted. They did not come to kill me. Dongbu Shuang was slightly startled. He stopped and walked out of the time-space tunnel. It was a starry sky outside. According to the guidance of the treasure spirit, Dongbu Shuang flew through the starry sky. Gradually, the starry sky in front of him started distorting. The huge starry sky distorted, forming a tunnel. As he flew through this tunnel, he could feel the space constantly changing. Furthermore, this body of his could no longer sense karma. It was just like when he entered the starting ground previously, his karma had disappeared. The Void Walker is formidable. He could actually sever karma. Dongbu Shuang thought, according to the information I obtained previously, the starting ground was left behind by the creator of this cosmos. As for the inheritance ground left behind by the Void Walker, just this void tunnel alone was able to sever karma. The secret treasure of Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction could also conceal karma. But this was different. With the help of that treasure, he could only hide the karma of the owner. As for the land of inheritance, the starting ground, this was a vast region that forcefully severed the karma of countless lives in the universe. This was completely different. On a vast gray land, a distorted void tunnel appeared. Dongbua Shue Ing landed on the ground, and the tunnel disappeared. "We're here." The voice of the Black Gourd's artifact spirit rang out. "We've arrived." Dongbua Shue Ing surveyed his surroundings. This gray land was boundless, and there seemed to be an endless amount of power hidden within. Although this power was deeply hidden, he could still sense it. Once it erupted, it would be even more terrifying than the sun and moon stars. Dongbua Shue Ing flipped his hand and took out the black gourd. "There's nothing here. How am I supposed to receive the inheritance?" The child with the red doo-doo appeared on the black gourd. The child looked around and giggled. "Just sit down." "All right, I'll listen to you." Dongbua Shue Ing placed the black gourd by the side. He then sat down cross-legged. The moment he sat on the gray land, he immediately felt a ripple coming from the depths of the land. It entered his sea of consciousness and tunneled into his true deity heart. This startled Dongbua Shue Ing. The true deity heart was the soul, and it was extremely important. True deities and avatars were connected by their souls. Illusory realm attacks and other techniques would affect the soul of the true deity. If the technique was strange and formidable enough, it was entirely possible to kill the true deity through the avatar's soul. Purgatory Great Commander's purgatory reincarnation was able to exterminate the avatars and true deities of the 6 ordinary protectors. Naturally, Dongbua Shue Ing was only startled. Thinking about the heaven-defying strength of the Void Walker, he relaxed. With such a huge gap in strength, it was too easy for the Void Walker to kill him. 1. After this ripple entered his true deity heart, it rapidly spread out. His true deity heart was originally a smaller version of Dongbua Shue Ing. Its entire body was like colored glass, and there were many sharp edges revolving around it. It was just that there was a black aura spreading within. And at this moment, as the ripple seeped in, the black aura rapidly dissipated. It was like snow melting under the sunlight. Furthermore, this smaller version of Dongbua Shue Ing's body that was like colored glass had many gray strands appearing. These strands covered every single part of his body, forming a humanoid 3-dimensional array diagram. First level of Walker's hidden secret ? Dongbua Shue Ing immediately sensed the information contained within. Void Walker, it was an extremely unique cultivation system. Like the ancestor mother religion system or the laws and profound mystery system, these were common cultivation systems. Many sentient beings could cultivate them. Even a mortal could cultivate to become a transcendent. Such a system was suitable for many sentient beings. Even though it was common, if one cultivated it to a profound level, one's strength would similarly be unfathomable. As for the Void Walker lineage, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it. One might not even be able to find a suitable cultivator in a cosmos. That senior Void Walker, the silver-haired, golden-horned man, had passed by this cosmos and discovered that this cosmos was created by forefather Tianyu. He also discovered that this cosmos had given birth to a monster like the Lake Heart Island Master. The silver-haired, golden-horned man had such foresight that he was astonished at the terrifying strength of the Lake Heart Island Master. Even though the Lake Heart Island Master had cultivated for a shorter period of time, he was just a step away from forefather Tianyu and the silver-haired, golden-horned man. He felt that the sentient beings in this cosmos had great potential. That was why he left behind this opportunity. As such, Dongbua Shue Ing passed through many trials and obtained this inheritance. The Walker's hidden secret had a total of 60 levels. Every 10 levels was a big level. It did not require the laws and profound mysteries. Just like the ancestor-mother religion system, the protectors had lower realms and could fight with apex paragons and even heavenly emperor of great destruction, even if his realm remained the paragon realm, by relying on the walker's hidden secret. Dongbu Shui-ing could reach a higher level. The 11th level of the walker's hidden secret was equivalent to the ruler realm. By then he could transcend. He did not need the laws and profound mysteries. By relying on the void walker system, he could similarly transcend. Naturally, this system had an extremely high threshold. It was hard to cultivate, but the moment he succeeded, he would become incredibly powerful. Even the information left behind by that silver-haired, golden-horned senior indicated that he had only cultivated to the 55th level despite his overwhelming strength. The first level. Dongbu Shui-ing closed his eyes. Currently, he only had the first level of the cultivation method. After all, he had not even reached the first level and was unable to accept the complete inheritance. Because that three-dimensional array diagram was within his true deity heart, he could easily sense it. When he sensed it with his mind, there were millions and millions of spatial obstructions. Even outside of this cultivator cosmos, the vast yet cold and lonely primal chaos void descended with power. This energy had existed for an unknown period of time. It seemed to have existed since the very beginning of time. It was ancient and cold without any warmth. It did not seem to be harmful. But when it descended, it passed through the layers of obstructions and descended into this cosmos. When it arrived at the inheritance ground, it was greatly weakened. Even so, a gray energy appeared around Dongbu Shui-ing's body. This gray energy seemed cold and desolate, but it contained a terrifying corrosive power. When it came into contact with Dongbu Shui-ing's body, even the myriad devil true body could not withstand it. His skin, muscles, tendons, and bones were rapidly corroded. Chapter 742. His body was being corroded, but his soul was unharmed. Just the pain of his body alone was something Shui-ing could ignore at his current level of cultivation. Even so, he still relied on this to feel this force, and he even used the mirage world to carefully observe it. However, even the mirage world was being corroded by this gray energy. Extreme coldness and other destructive energies. Dongbu Shui-ing thought, this is after descending into the cosmos through layers of obstructions. It has already been greatly weakened. This energy, it originated from the primal chaos void outside the cosmos. That cold and desolate primal chaos void might seem harmless, but in reality, it contained all sorts of destructive energies. Just the extreme coldness alone was enough to freeze a ruler to death. Thus, rulers were unable to survive there. Once the epoch ended, they would be forced to leave the cosmos. Rulers would eventually turn into nothingness in the primal chaos void. Just like that Gu Qianluo, he relied on the primal chaos flying ship to travel through the primal chaos void. As for the void walker lineage, they relied on the energy of the primal chaos void to cultivate. Stop. After sustaining heavy injuries, Dongbu Shui-ing immediately stopped cultivating. Without the guidance of the array diagram in his deity heart, the surrounding gray energy was immediately repelled by the cosmos. Such energy should not exist in the cosmos. His bones rapidly recovered, and so did his body. However, Dongbu Shui-ing was deep in thought. How is it? Does your initial cultivation feel good? The red undergarment child sitting on the black gourd shouted, I finally understand. No wonder it has such a high requirement on the body. If one's body isn't strong enough, they would be easily corroded by the descending primal chaos void energy. Dongbu Shui-ing sighed. No wonder it has such a high requirement on one's perception. Even though the walker's hidden secret does not have any requirements on the laws and profound mysteries, just the first level of the array diagram is incomparably complex. It seems to contain the profound mysteries of space and matter. You can use your system to comprehend this array diagram. At the same time, You should forget about the laws and profound mysteries that you have grasped before trying to comprehend this array diagram. The red undergarment child said, "These are two different systems. You can interact with each other, but you cannot use the old method." Dongbua Shueing was enlightened. He had found a dead end and wanted to completely dissect it. "All right, I'll try again." Dongbua Shueing was not in a hurry to guide the chaotic void energy. Instead, he focused his attention on the countless gray threads in his true deity heart. Forget the laws of profound mysteries. The Tao of mirage, the Tao of slaughter, they were all thrown to the back of his mind. As he observed it, Dongbua Shueing gradually discovered the beauty of this formation diagram. After all, even though he had tossed all laws of profound mysteries to the back of his mind, the strength of his God heart would not change. His perception was also sufficiently high, so he could naturally discover the beauty of this array diagram. Then he carefully comprehended this beauty. Gradually, Dongbua Shueing discovered that it was similar to the laws of heaven and earth, the Tao of mirage and the Tao of slaughter. Any system would have similarities once it was thoroughly explored. This was also the reason why the protectors of the ancestor mother religion could rapidly reach the stage for world deity realm after coming into contact with the laws and profound mysteries. For instance, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master and Bloody Ruler now had greater attainments after cultivating for a long time. Relying on the similarities, Dongbua Shueing gradually understood. After all, this was just the first level, and it was not difficult. It was the simplest and most fundamental array diagram of the walker's hidden secret. I understand. Dongbua Shueing was completely enlightened. He felt joy in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. You are quite fast, comprehending it in just 2 years. The red undergarment child on the black gourd opened his eyes and chuckled. It has been more than 2 years. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. He did not feel the flow of time when he was cultivating. He immediately closed his eyes and focused on cultivating once more. Relying on the array diagram in his deity heart, he immediately guided the energy from the primal chaos void outside the cosmos to descend. That cold and lonely energy once again penetrated through the layers of obstructions and arrived by the side of Dongbua Shueing. The gray energy revolved around his body. This time, Dongbua Shueing began absorbing this energy for his own use. One could see the entire body of Dongbua Shueing forming an array diagram. The gray energy was guided, but the cold and corrosive energy remained untamed as it corroded Dongbua Shueing's body. Chi. His body borrowed the array diagram to absorb and transform this energy. At the same time, he suffered from the corrosive energy. It was just that the degree of damage was very light, and his body was rapidly recovering. It was constantly recovering, destroying, recovering, destroying, and his body was gradually becoming stronger and stronger as he cultivated. At the same time, some changes were happening to him. These were the changes that occurred naturally after absorbing the primal chaos void energy. It's too chaotic. Dongbua Shueing was slightly alarmed. This gray energy that had gone through many layers of weakening might seem pure, but it actually contained a lot of chaotic and destructive energy. Some of the energy could still be absorbed, but some of the destructive energy was too strong to be absorbed. One could only rely on the array diagram to continuously refine them. Some of the energy would be expelled from his body, and some would gradually condense into a sharp edge. This was the edge formed by the condensation of the destructive energy. It was also an offensive technique that the Void Walkers possessed. In the Walkers' hidden secret, it was known as termination energy. Termination energy was formed by the condensation of the extremely destructive energy within the primal chaos void. Its offensive power was extremely strong, and when it covered a weapon, the might of the attack would be greatly increased. Even if one didn't use a weapon, the weapon formed by the termination energy was sufficiently strong. Another 2 months passed. Dongbua Shueing let out a long breath. Within his breath, a colorful light shot out from his mouth. Its might was extremely terrifying. This colorful light was something that the walker's hidden secret was unable to refine. It could only be expelled from his body. I've finally mastered it. Dongbua Shueing revealed a smile. There was another difference between the walker's hidden secret and the laws and profound mystery system. Even though he had comprehended the first level, he still had to slowly cultivate it. His body had to undergo a gradual process of improvement. The first level was relatively fast, but it still took him more than 2 months to completely master it. The stronger he became in the future, the longer his body would need to absorb the energy. The Void Walker lineage, they had very few techniques. The most famous one was the evasion technique. This lineage borrowed the power of the primal chaos void to cultivate. The primal chaos void was like their home, and their evasion techniques were naturally powerful. Another was their powerful body. Just from the first level alone, Dongbua Shueing's body was much stronger than the myriad demon true body. Clearly, the creator of the Void Walker lineage was much more brilliant than the ancestral demon. Lastly, they tempered the extreme destructive energy within the primal chaos void to form the termination energy. There were 3 main techniques. There was nothing else. Although they had very few techniques, every single one of them was very powerful. In addition, they had wandered through many universes, allowing them to cultivate other systems. Naturally, they were even more formidable. Ha ha ha, Dongbua Shueing. Congratulations. You finally mastered it. You can finally receive the complete inheritance. The red undergarment child on the black gourd shouted, "Be careful. It's about to begin." Be careful? Dongbua Shueing was stunned. Rumble, following which, he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. The entire gray land was trembling. Dongbua Shueing was shocked. He hurriedly grabbed the black gourd and flew up to evade it. The entire boundless gray land was trembling. However, as Dongbua Shueing flew away and even used the void evasion technique of the Void Walker lineage to increase the distance between them, he turned his head and looked at the gray land in a daze. In front of him, amidst the vast void, an incomparably huge gray humanoid creature was currently sleeping in the void. Now it slowly stood up and opened its eyes. Its body was incomparably huge, far surpassing any creature that Dongbua Shueing had ever seen before. I was on the surface of his body just now. Dongbua Shueing could not help but ask. Amen, the red undergarment child on the black gourd nodded. Whose body is this? Dongbua Shueing was shocked. It's just an incarnation. The red undergarment child replied. Dongbua Shueing stared at it in shock. The gray, humanoid creature had already stood up. Looking at its appearance carefully, it looked very similar to the silver-haired, golden-horned man that he had seen previously. It opened its eyes. Those gray eyes looked at Dongbua Shueing. It was simply too huge. Even its gray eyes were bigger than the sun star. The pressure from such a huge incarnation caused Dongbua Shueing to hold his breath. With this level of strength, it was definitely possible for it to destroy the universe with a flip of its hand. This is a small universe space that I have opened in your universe, the gray, humanoid creature said. After you receive the inheritance, it will collapse.